Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day number 2 of the 2025 Lightning Challenge presented by the South Jersey region of the Sports Car Club of America and Ciocca Corvette. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati, and of course, we've got Spencer Gaynor sitting right here with us, giving you all the great views of today's action. And Brian, good morning, and how are you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic, Greg. Great weather, great ready to be out here.
Yeah, absolutely. Matter of fact, let's do this. As we've got our first group of the day, it's our bracket racers heading on track. They've got an 11-lap or 20-minute race to start off the day. Let's do this. Let's take a quick look, show of all of our viewers, if they've never seen New Jersey Motorsports Park's Lightning Circuit, for a little overview of the track. It's just about 2 miles. It's 10 turns. Lots of nice elevation changes going into turn 2, dropping down a hill at turn 5. Matter of fact, from this overview here, Brian, you can see where everybody's gone off at the exit of turn 5 down the hill. The big dirt patch there. And, of course, I think the defining corner here at Lightning is the light bulb, turn number 9, big sweeping cambered right-hand turn that takes you back out onto the front straight. It's a very quick lap here at the Lightning Circuit.
Yeah, it's a lot of flow. You know, most of the racetracks that we go to, it is a ton of flow in here. And you can see here's some of that elevation changes you were talking about as our bracket racers are just now starting their first lap. So as they come down this little hill, they come down underneath this bridge, and then you've got that sharp left-hander, right? That 90-degree left-hander that takes you to the light bulb that you were talking about, that has the big sweeping turn, got a little bit of bank into it, right? So that is another element that these drivers are going to have to contend with all day long and every time they come here. We talked about this yesterday real quick, and that is drivers have found a lot of grip, and they're going faster than they
Much faster,
We
indeed.
actually had our Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 race. We had a new track record.
And I think we had a track record set in Touring 2 as well. Liam Kerper in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, David Sanders in T2, setting new track records. Real quick, Brian, we're going to fill people in on our first bracket race here in just a moment, but let me make a call to the grid for our next group.
Sure.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 1, Spec Miata, SM2, and SMT. Please head to the grid. Race group 1, Spec Miata, SM2, and SMT racers, please head to the grid. All right, so Brian, what we're watching right now is our first of 2 bracket races today. Actually, Spencer, if we could bring up today's schedule here real quick. Of course, it is Sunday, and you can see we've got 2 separate races for our bracket racers today. They're both 11 laps or 20 minutes, whichever comes first. They're going to bookend the day, our first and last races of the day, and right in the middle, going to have 6 races for the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. Their feature laps, feature races, those are 22 laps or 40 minutes, whichever come first. Mm-hmm. And so with our bracket racers out on track right now, working now, I believe, working lap number 2 of this race, and actually is our leader, Joseph Smoot, in his Ford Mustang, comes across the line. And then we see Jennifer Romes. We have 3 drivers out on track currently here. Joseph Smoot, Jennifer Romes, John Meyer as well in his BMW E36 325. Unfortunately, yesterday, Steve Martin in his Ford Boss Mustang had some issues. He retired the car early, did not make the grid. Jessica Sullivan in her Mazda Miata, unfortunately, didn't make it past the test day.
Yeah, I don't even think she really, I mean, she came out for the yesterday and got one lap in qualifying and then never really came back out. So, again, unfortunate to see that. Makes for a long weekend. You try to go get that corrected and fixed, whatever that may be, and sometimes it's just not in the cards, so you end up having to, unfortunately pack it up and go home. It does become like I said, a very long weekend. But, we had Steve Martin in here yesterday, talking about his run earlier in the morning, and then, obviously had those issues where when he did come down pit road after qualifying, the car wouldn't refire, couldn't get it in, was able to get it back out for the race later out in the afternoon, but at some point during that session again, it cut out on him again. Right. So having those problems. So I would assume that Steve probably went home either last night or even early this morning.
All right, so bracket racing, and I know I think we feel obligated to bring up this information in case we have new viewers watching us.
Sure.
And by the way, if you're watching us on YouTube, thank you for joining us this morning. That bracket racing is not necessarily first to get to the checkered flag. It is racing based on time brackets. We split these races up into slots of 2 seconds apiece, and we have 10 different slots, and the goal is to try to stay within your bracket over the course of a race, and not break out. And you are essentially racing people in that same bracket. And so what we saw yesterday were Joseph Smoot and Jennifer Romes running in the same bracket. They were running in the bracket for drivers. I think a minute 19. A minute 20 to a minute 22. Right now, Joseph Smoot running a little bit faster. He's actually gotten all the way down into the high 118s, which puts him into the B1 what is known as the B1 bracket. Jennifer Romes, with her fast lap being a 120.3, is in the B2 bracket. And then John Meyer at a 125 and change is in the B4 bracket. If you want to see how this timing and scoring is broken out, you can go to our timing and scoring link specifically for bracket racing. I have pinned it to the top of the chat, so you can go there and see it, as we've got now about 7 laps remaining. And so, I guess at this point, unless, if we see Jennifer Romes pick up a little bit of time, she's still about 5 seconds back from John Smoot on track. So, I think probably the best thing for Jennifer would be to stay exactly where she is in that B2 bracket. And
you end up winning a bracket, right?
Exactly. If she breaks out of that B2 bracket, Brian, and runs better than a minute 20, she would then be technically in competition. Oh, look, we've got Steve Martin has brought his Mustang out, brought it out a little bit late. So we'll see here. Obviously, he's going to be a couple laps down, but he still, yesterday, I think, finished the race in the A5 bracket, which was for drivers running here at the Lightning Circuit, a minute 16 to a minute 18. And even though he's technically a couple laps down, if he can get to that pace, he could still be a winner.
Well, it's going to take him at least, because it is still kind of chilly outside. It's going to take him at least 2 to 3 laps to get that thing up. I think what he's doing here at this point is, obviously was able to get it started. Maybe slept in.
Yeah,
maybe he wanted to, he just wanted to.
But again, he retired the car a little early yesterday, so I'm sure he was working on it last night. Wants to see that the car is back up and running.
Yeah.
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group 1, Spec Miata, SM2, and SMT. Please head to the grid for your feature race. Race group number 1, Spec Miata, SM2, and SMT. Please head to the grid.
Yeah, so again, again, 6 laps remaining here. Just Smoot, when he gets by the start-finish line, a bit of smoke coming out of there as he goes into the light bulb. And I think that may be a little bit from the body rolling over a little bit on there.
Quite possibly, but if you look, Brian, I think that's actually some dirt and gravel that's on the track surface, some sand that's blown across on the morning, because I've seen right at this section here, right as the drivers are turning in, a little bit of light cloud from both Smoot and Romes, as well as Steve Martin.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, so we'll continue to take a look at that. So right now, our leader on track and fastest lap time so far today is Joseph Smoot. And Brian, we mentioned that Smoot is out of the Central Florida region, but now calls as he's retired. He still says that Avon Park, Florida, is his home. But I think he's actually now listed as living in New Jersey. He has 2 first-place finishes in ITA at Sebring, and down in the Southeast Division. They take their IT racing incredibly seriously, and so he also finished 3rd in the Central Florida region's regional series, not in the SARC series, that's the divisional series, but in the regional series run by the Central Florida region. He finished third back in 2021. And like so many people we know behind the wheel, and we're going to see this with a lot of people here this weekend, Brian, a lot of them, they get into the race cars after volunteering at events. And Joseph actually started off as a corner worker, then got behind the wheel, started doing driver's ed events, and then eventually ended up buying a race car, and he's been racing this Mustang, and this Mustang is not an ITA car. He's been racing this Mustang now, I believe, for 2 seasons.
Yeah, I mean, that's usually what happens, and then you get the other, we get the other ways too, right? Where somebody comes in and races for years, and that's how they get into it, and then all of a sudden they step out of the car, and next thing you know, they become a corner worker, they become a flagger, and next thing you know, you end up, you end up staying in it, right? You may not race anymore, so we do that.
All right, so as the field makes their way through, we've got 4 laps remaining in this race, and not much time left. We're going to have a nice field coming up next, so make sure to stay with us with Spec Miata. I think somewhere along the lines of 20 cars deep in that field. But as we check back in, Steve Martin now starting to bring the lap times back in. He's down. He's down to a 1:21, and so that will put him, I believe, in the same bracket as Jennifer Romes. Indeed, that puts Steve Martin into the B2 bracket. Now, unfortunately for Steve, he is currently sitting over, I think, a full lap down. Actually, more than a full lap. I think about 4 laps down from Jennifer Romes. So as long as Jennifer Romes doesn't break out of that B2 bracket and run faster than 1:20, which would put her in direct competition with Joseph Smoot, she appears to be on her way to a fairly easy win here in the B2 bracket. With Steve Martin running second, John Mayer in his and I think I called it an E36 325 earlier. It's actually an E36 M3 with John Mayer still leading the way as the sole car in the B4 bracket, and that is for drivers racing 1:24 to 1:26 here at the Lightning Circuit. And so we see Steve Martin as he is now starting to pick up pace. He's closing up on Jennifer Romes on track. Again, about 4 laps down, so maybe Jennifer lets him go by. Although if Jennifer holds him up, that would pretty much, I think, ensure that Steve Martin doesn't break out of that B2 bracket. But if he does, well, then he's the one competing with Joseph Smoot. In which case he's going to be a number of laps down. As Jennifer Romes now gets a little bit closer to that 120 range, he's turned in a 120.314. Steve Martin, though, now he does break out of the B2 bracket. Yeah. He just turns in a 118.840. That makes him the fastest driver on track. What that does is it makes no longer Jennifer Romes' issue. Right. It is now Joseph Smoot that Steve Martin has to find 4 laps, which is going to be tough.
It's going to be tough with 2 to go.
2 to go.
You basically are already eliminated.
Yeah, exactly. So Steve Martin, congratulations. You have finished second in the B1 bracket.
I was going to say.
Okay.
I feel like I'm watching the NBA playoffs. You've already been eliminated. 2 to go, and you're 6 down. Right?
Yeah,
or 4 down.
Exactly.
Right?
Well, in the NBA, you could be down by 24 points with 3 minutes to go and still have a chance of winning.
That is true.
Yeah, Steve Martin, you have been mathematically eliminated.
that's what I was looking for.
Yes, exactly.
Almost like the Colorado Rockies, right? They're mathematically eliminated already.
Already,
after
exactly.
50 games.
Them and the Orioles, exactly. Yeah. All right, so 1 lap remaining here. Joseph Smoot has already gotten the 1 to go board, as Jennifer Romes and Steve Martin will as well. So they are all working their very last lap. Brian, as they do, let me make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group 1. Spec Miata, SM2, and SMT. Please head to the grid. race group number 1, Spec Miata, SM2, and SMT racers. This is your final call to the grid.
Yeah, and the other car that's out there too is that BMW of John Mayer. That's, again, he's going to pick up his B4 win, right? So for this first 11 laps, and they're going to come back later. So, hopefully we can get Steve to start on time.
Yeah, well, yeah. Well, if not, we were discussing replaying his interview here, Brian, to start this race. I think it would have been interesting. Everybody would have thought he was here in the booth with us for the beginning of the race instead of getting his car ready. All right, so crossing the line, Joseph Smoot, he takes the checkered flag, and he will win the B1 bracket. Steve Martin, the second car in our shot here, will finish second in B1, and Jennifer Romes will take the win in the B2 bracket, and John Mayer in the B4 bracket will take the win there. So that is going to wrap up our first of 2 bracket races today. They are going to also be our very last race of the day here. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a quick break. We'll have more racing action in just a few moments for you here from the Lightning Circuit. Stay with us.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession. Along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Welcome back to the Lightning Circuit, New Jersey Motorsports Park, in the 2025 Lightning Challenge presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA and our great partners, Ciocca Corvette. And next up is Spec Miata. And Brian, as they're getting ready to come off the grid for their feature race, a race that is 22 laps or 40 minutes in length, whichever comes first. Let's run down the starting order. We had 22 drivers set qualifying times, and Ryan Maloney was the fastest of all. He set that lap time yesterday during qualifying. He turned in a 1:17.067. Casey Mosley, second fastest. He's going to start on the outside of the front row in the number 105 Mazda. Row number 2, John Hotz will start third in the number 63 machine, with John Jenkins in the 195 car starting in fourth. Row number 3 is going to be Jeremy Butts. He is driving the 69 car. That's so nice. With Mike LaMena in the 88. He starts in 6th position. Bill Gardner is going to start 7th in the 07 car, with Steve Ficacci scheduled to start in 8th. I was talking to Steve last night. He was our SM2 winner, Brian. He was trying to find a bushing to press in for one of the rear suspension pieces. He couldn't find one in the paddock. He was hoping that AutoZone or one of the auto parts cars have. So we're going to see if the 51 machine makes it out. Zach Mosley drives the number 80 Spec Miata. He'll start 9th today, with Greg Bogart in the yellow 23 car. He's going to start in 10th. Ted Cahall is in the number 78 machine. He is scheduled to start 11th, with Kurt Laumeister starting in 12th. Ivan Seabrook in the 71 machine. He will start 13th, with the 54 Mazda driven by Michael Cohen starting 14th. Bob Cahall in the 178 Mazda starts 15th today, with Peter Seabrook driving the number 18 car. He starts 16th. David Trinder will start 17th today, with Sean LaMena starting in 18th. Mark Anthony, another one of our SM2 entries, starting 19th on the field today, with Kellen Weiss starting 20th in his Spec Miata. That's the 32 car. John Moyer is our sole SM2 racer. He's going to start 21st on the field in the 113 machine, and William Bifulco starting 22nd. He's driving the number 5 SM2 Mazda.
And I do see Steve Ficacci out on the racetrack.
Excellent.
So he obviously got whatever he needed to have fixed, or he tried to figure out how to make the other one work. So we'll see. But he is out there. He's got Zach Mosley behind him, and then Greg Bogart in that 23 machine just behind them, along with Ted Cahall in at 78. So drivers coming through the light bulb now. You see them doubling up. So we should be getting the green as soon as they come out of the light bulb and down the front stretch. So should be an interesting start. You know, yesterday John Hodge pushed Ryan Maloney out, Greg, and that was all she wrote.
Yes.
Ryan Maloney led flag to flag. So we'll see whether or not they do the same thing here.
And Maloney there, we see, Brian, looks like he is going to be starting from the outside lane. So not normal, but what we've seen here is very often that outside lane going into turn 1 is the preferred line if you go into the corner side by side.
Well, I think he wanted to stay with John Hotz. I think that was the whole.
That could very well be, as the green flag is in the air, and those two racers, they jump right to the center of the track, Brian, to guard against anybody coming underneath them. And as they go up and over the hill, it is jumping into third place. I believe that was John Jenkins in the 195, with Casey Mosley following him through. Then Jeremy Butts in the red with white, the Coca-Cola car, sliding now back in the 5th position, losing a spot there with Bill Gardner, Mike LaMena very close behind. And then you've got Steve Ficacci in that 51 machine.
Well, Greg, I never thought I'd say this with a Mazda Miata on the start, but I think Casey Mosley ended up spinning the tires on that car.
How do you do that?
Because that car went to the right out of the gate, and didn't have any grip at all.
Really?
Like those tires were just spinning and not going anywhere. And you're right. How do you do that within a Mazda Miata? I'll never know, but that's exactly what that car looked like.
Maybe he started in first gear. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? But that's how that car looked as they came to the start-finish line for that green flag start.
All right, so it is Ryan Maloney jumping out and literally jumping out of the gate, Brian, to an early lead. And as they come on to the front straight, here to complete lap number 1. It is Ryan Maloney and John Hotz. And as we said, the two teammates, John Jenkins and Casey Mosley, the 195 and the 105, they're running 3rd and 4th. Jeremy Butts, who started this race in 4th position, now sits in 5th with Bill Gardner, Mike LaMena, Zach Mosley. So very much the way we started here, Brian, the big difference, Bill Gardner getting around Mike LaMena here on lap number 1.
Yeah, and again, we're going to go 7 laps longer, Greg, so we're going another basically 14 miles in this race. So again, this is a product where these drivers, they're going to have to take care of their equipment there. These tires probably will go away at some point. A lot of these drivers are on older tires. Some of them, I think, did put some, put some new ones on for this morning. I think Hotz has a new set on. So,
well, we'll see here is already Ryan Maloney pushing waves. We've got a couple drivers running a little wide there on the exit of 7. Not something that we did not expect to see here, but again, Brian, watch this as we've got so many drivers taking very different entries into the light bulb. Some of them trying to square things off, take a high line in, and then be very tight on exit. Some of them tight early on and then pushing out wide. And now under attack, Mike LaMena trying to make a move, trying to get back around Bill Gardner in the 07 machine. And as they come over the crest of the hill, LaMena gets that move done. But Gardner in that red and silver 07, I don't think he's done, Brian. He's still taking a look under LaMena. LaMena comes across his nose going into turn 3.
Yeah, good move there coming up over the hill out of turn 1. So also look for Jenkins and Mosley to work together. We saw John Jenkins yesterday have that problem.
Right.
Ended up being that the battery shifted and it hit the cable, and the cable grounded out and it shut the whole car down. And then when he got it fired back up, he started smelling a lot of wiring burning, and then lo and behold, went back in, and there was a wire that got burned up. So he said, nope, going to bring it back in. Didn't smell right. Talked to Chris Windsor, and Chris said, what happened? And John said, this is the first time I've ever looked at Chris and went, I have no clue.
No idea. Well, so all the Mazda Miatas that we have here today, the batteries are mounted in the trunk. They're mounted, actually, for weight distribution. It's a great place. They're in the right rear. The passenger side rear corner of the trunk. And, you have to, certainly more so than for a street car, you have to make sure that they are positively tied down or, cinched down and don't move around a lot. And if it becomes loose, that's exactly what happened. The metal terminal probably grounded up against the body
that's exactly what
of
happened.
The car, and it can wreak havoc on the electrical system there.
Yeah, he said he went down a couple early laps in the race, and he kept hearing it, and he was like, well, that doesn't sound good, but it didn't seem like there was anything wrong with the car, and then went down in there the one time, and next thing you know, it was all over at that point.
All right, we just saw Shauna LaMena in the red with yellow numbered number 6 here. She is she's right now behind Peter Seabrook. She was side by side with Seabrook coming into turn 1. Seabrook to the outside. We said that outside lane is kind of the preferred line through 1, and he carried real good speed through the exit. He's now opened up a couple actually more than just a couple car lengths on Shauna LaMena here as they come through turn 6. And this is Shauna's first weekend back, I think, after having a child.
Yeah, she's been out pretty much all year long so far, and so getting back into the swing of things. So got to give her a little bit of time, get back in the seat. So again, she has a lot of laps here on this track as well. So on both tracks, but really on this one. So once you get back in, you got to get back into that race mind and race mode. And I guarantee you that if you asked her after this race and say, hey, that's probably not the place I should have tried to make that pass, I should have waited one more lap. Or one more corner. One
more corner, maybe. Yeah, exactly. So we'll see. She'll try to tuck in again. And what we've seen, Brian, more so than going under braking into turn 1, is actually the run down to turn 7 as you come underneath that bridge. And so many drivers, they're starting that attempt very early. We see them pop out sometimes before they ever get past the apex of turn 6, that they're setting up the pass coming down the hill out of turn 5.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. Spencer, if we could, let's go try to find our leaders here, because John Hotz has closed that gap down to 0.3 of a second, which is pretty close there. That's as close. They're probably on the back side of coming out of the light bulb.
There they are right there.
That's the closest I think Hotz has been to Ryan Maloney. all through yesterday. And then a little bit further back, you've got Jenkins and Mosley.
Yeah, I was going to say, now it looks like the way they went into the light bulb that Jenkins
they're
and Mosley
not working together.
No, that's at least they weren't there. Well, let's see as they come across to us. They may have just swapped positions and maybe put Mosley in the front. Here, no, it is still the 195 up front.
Yeah.
You know, although if they're not going to make up ground on our 2 leaders, it might be something that they consider doing, Brian, in a safe place.
I was going to say I totally agree with that. That would be a good strategic move on both of those drivers, is to say, hey, who's faster leading right now? Maybe we throw Casey up in front of John, and let's see if we can't go run them down.
Right.
Because if you look at the time frames, I don't know if John's really holding him up. But then again, you don't want to put Casey in front and then Casey drive away from you, because then you have no help.
Yeah.
You've got to come all the way back to Jeremy Butts to pick him up to try to go back up.
Sure. Well, and look at this, Brian, is Mosley now, I think, and I'm wondering if these two are on a radio together. I'm guessing that they're not after seeing that move right there, as Casey Mosley took a look to the inside on Jenkins. Jenkins left the door open for him. He knew when he saw he was there, but it was also a late move. But there's Mosley now coming underneath John Jenkins going into the light bulb, Brian. And as that happens, guaranteed now that Maloney, just 2 corners like that is enough for Maloney and Hotz to extend their advantage. And they have is now Casey Mosley leads Jenkins across the line. The gap to Hotz increased by almost 1.5 seconds on that previous lap. Again, I think if they had worked together to do it in a safer place, it probably wouldn't have hurt them as much. What it's also done is it started to bring Jeremy Butts a lot closer.
Yeah, no, I agreed. And I think we're going to hear one of them went off on 2. Yeah, Casey Mosley went a little bit wide coming up over the hill there at a 1 that last time by. But you're right, it's bringing Jeremy Butts, and now we're going to go 2 wide again. Jenkins, at some point you got to sit back and think to yourself, I'm really hurting us by doing that.
Yeah, but although that time by, Brian, is they made the pass through the sweeper at 6, it actually didn't really upset the flow for them. It didn't bring Butts any closer than the previous lap where they tried to go into the braking zone.
Right.
And we'll see here now, but where Mosley tries to come back underneath, I mean, it's pretty clear that these two now they're fighting for third, essentially. And they've essentially now also, I'll use that word again, turn it into a 3-car fight for third and not a 2-car fight, as they're now going to go side by side. And if it's what we've seen previously, well, there you go. Looks like getting the pass done prior to going into turn 1 is Casey Mosley. So move the 105 back to the lead, but also look in the rearview mirror, and Jeremy Butts now, Brian, for 2 laps in a row, had been lapping about 0.6 of a second faster than the 105 and the 195 directly.
Well, really what it's doing as well is it's bringing Fracacci, Gartner, Mosley, and LaMena back to the fold too, because they were stretched out a little bit.
Yep.
So now they're just trying to stay single file along with Ted Cahall and Bogart a little bit further back. But, they're all trying to stay single file while those two are doing it. It's going to allowing Jeremy Butts to come up, but they're starting to run a little bit faster than obviously than Mosley and Jenkins. So they got to be careful, because if not, that 3-car battle for third could end up being an 8 or 9-car battle for third, because we still have a long way to go. We still have a full race of 15 laps to go here.
Yeah, we're now at the point where this would be the very start of the sprint race that we had yesterday.
Correct. Yeah. And you go back to talking about the leaders with Maloney and Hotz. I know that I do believe Hotz put on fresh new tires today. I don't believe Ryan put on fresh new tires. So, that lead or that gap is less than 1/10, kind of right there on the doorstep. You see it right there coming through 3 and 4. That could be a product of those new tires. We'll see how well, as we get down to the later stages of this race, whether or not those tires hold out for Ryan, if he didn't put new ones on as well, and how hard is he pushing the car right now.
All right, so as our leaders now come under braking into turn 7, they're coming up on some slower traffic. Is that I think that's the 5 of Bifulco there in his SM2 machine. So again, not a spec Miata, but the SM2 cars. I would say the SM2 cars don't quite have the pace of the spec Miatas. To be perfectly honest, Steve Ficacci, who is still running in 6th position, I think he proves that theory wrong.
He's got pretty good pace and pretty good speed in that 51 car. With or without a bad bushing.
Yeah, exactly. I was just going to say, maybe with or without that bushing replacement, as our leaders get passed by Fulco right at the start-finish line to start lap number 10.
Yeah. So again, you've got a, when we look back here at the Mosley and the Jenkins machine along with Jeremy Butts, I'm curious. I want to see where Ficacci, and again, Ficacci, Gartner, Lamena, they all set their personal best, and they went right as almost the same lap time as our 3rd and 4th place drivers. So again, they're starting to gain a little bit here as this race starts to wind down. And again, Greg, who knows? Maybe some of them had that gap for a reason, right? Let's save our equipment till we get to the end.
So one of the drivers, Brian, I think we at some point need to watch, and maybe we'll wait a couple laps, is coming now into turn 6, the first yellow car that we see in the line there. That is Greg Bogart and in the 23 machine. And what we saw yesterday was once the lap started counting down, his car seemed to really come alive, and he started showing more pace than almost every car ahead of him, and he started picking off cars one by one. I'm sure at this point he hopes that he's in that position. He's over a second back from Ted Cahall in the 78 machine right now, so he's got some work to do, especially since Cahall now he's picking up some speed, but Cahall is almost now 3 seconds behind Ficacci, Gartner, and Lamena ahead. So Bogart, as we just saw that car come into turn 1, Bogart, he's got a long way to go if he's going to make up some positions. And it does look like Bob Cahall, Ivan Seabrook, who had some issues during yesterday's race, as well as Kurt Laumeister, who's in that black and yellow machine, the 11 machine. They're starting to come up a little bit on the back of Bogart.
Yeah. Well, remember, as we got to the later stages of yesterday's race, again, only 15 laps, we saw some mistakes made. Right. Drivers going a little bit too far. Yeah. Tried to really, again, another car going wide. I mean, eventually, I think, New Jersey Motorsports Park may as well.
Ooh, big wreck lock up there going into turn 7. That was judging. And it's actually the next car in line, I believe, after Laumeister. I think it was the white 54 of Cohen that had locked up going into 7.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we come back here next time. They don't extend that a little bit more, right? You basically have nothing there but dirt anyway. Just go back over top of it.
So, Brian, we might want to check back in with our leaders if we can. We'll try and track them down because one thing that escaped us, Brian, is we have a new leader.
Yeah, by a lot.
By John Hotz in the white 63 machine. And we're going to see if we can track down where they are. That is, I think, what we saw going in the one. Let's take a look. I think this is a little bit further back, Spencer. We'll try and pick up here in a moment. But John Hotz, your new leader in the 63 machine. Ryan Maloney dropping back to second, separated by about a second and a half. Oh, a couple people going for wild rides there. It looks like Jeremy Butts went wide, and we'll get back to Hotz and Maloney in a second. But Jeremy Butts ran wide going through turn 7. We then saw Laumeister thinking, hey, this is a pretty good line. Go all through the dirt on the exit of turn 7. And again, that's a byproduct of turning in a little bit early there. Yeah. It's almost exactly a 90-degree turn. And if you can get the wheel straightened up, it really doesn't hurt you that much. But the rear, you may get a little rear wheel spin as we see that group there now with Bob Cahall, Kurt Laumeister, and Ivan Seabrook maybe falling back a little bit from Greg Bogart. there are our leaders going into turn 7 now. And so Ryan Maloney, who had fallen over a second and a half back from John Hotz, pulls right back up under the draft. But Brian, it looks as though John Hotz gets a much better drive out of turn 7. As he comes off the brakes, he opened up maybe a half a car length, but also Hotz's car doesn't look very, very happy going into the light bulb. The rear end definitely started to come around on him that time, maybe a little more than he expected. And we see there where now Ryan Maloney's able to get a better drive off the corner, come up out of the hill out of turn 10, and pass John Hotz on the front straight before they go under braking into turn 1.
Yeah, I think that drive off you're seeing in 7 is just a byproduct of having newer tires on, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think, those tires really are only 13 laps in.
But it didn't help him going into the light bulb.
Well, it doesn't because he doesn't have the drive off, so it kind of slows the car down a little bit at that point, where Maloney has that speed, keeping the RPMs up there a little bit more than John. So I think that drive off does hurt him on entry, and really what it does is, again, it's a byproduct of that whole entire lap, because when they get back over into 1 and over the hill and down, John's able to close back up. So Ryan effectively used the draft right here on the last lap to let John get out there and let him suck back up, and then really pulled him down the front stretch.
All right, so let's watch here as they come into the light bulb. And how these cars set. And, I think the Hotz car looked a little bit better going in that time around. But, again, you can see the effect of the draft coming out of 7 and into the light bulb, that it is essentially, coming out of 7 all the way back to turn 1 is like one big straightaway, more or less. Yeah. And you use that as the draft. The difference is Hotz, he's able to get to the bumper. He's not able to carry enough speed to get by. We saw there, and it's something we need to keep in the back of our heads, and I'm sure Ryan Maloney will as well. If it comes down to the last lap and John Hotz is your leader, Ryan Maloney was able to draft past before they got to the start-finish line on the previous lap.
Yeah.
Let's stay with this shot for a moment here, if we can, Spencer, because we were talking early on about Jenkins and Mosley, the 195 and the 105, and if they were going to work together, and not if they should be working together, but they should be working together to try and stay close to Maloney and Hotz in 1-2. We just got word of those two racers coming together side by side, going through the light bulb on the previous lap.
Yeah.
And that would account for the fact that they were almost 2 seconds off the pace of Maloney and Hotz ahead. And unfortunately for Jeremy Butts, who's still sitting right behind the two,
he really had nowhere to go.
Since it happened in the light bulb, there was nowhere for him to slide underneath. And so he's now going to have to be content to follow. I think this is Mosley that is currently running in 4th. He's going to have to be content here. But at some point, Jeremy Butts is going to have to, well, he doesn't have to, but I'm sure he would like to put himself between those two racers.
And then Mosley going a little bit 2 wheels off there, too, as well. So, I'm sure there will be a heavily discussion in the Windsor Custom trailer after this race is over. Both of those cars being run out of that stable this weekend, so going to be a interesting conversation.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 2. Open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid. Race group number 2, open wheel and prototype racer, please come to the grid. All right, as we go back to this battle for 3rd with Jenkins, Mosley, and Jeremy Butts. And I think probably, Brian, we're seeing that, for all of the counterintuitive battling that Jenkins and Mosley are doing, as we see Mosley actually go to the dirt at the apex.
I was going to say, you saw that too. It's like, that's probably not a position I would have made that, but he looks like he's going to make it stick.
Yeah, he's going to get the pass done. But Jeremy Butts, there's just nowhere for him to go. This track, for the most part, in some places is 3 cars wide, but where it is 3 cars wide, Brian, it is directly out of a corner. But now he carries momentum out of 1, and he now finally finds a way out of 5th position, gets past John Jenkins.
Yeah.
And, Jeremy Butts has, I think, been sitting back there now for 20 laps, just watching his race and his chance at a race win disappear.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And so I think now his goal is to work hard to get by Casey Mosley. Again, still have 6 laps to go, so still a long way.
Yeah, 12 miles
to go in this race. Is that maybe, he can say to, Casey Mosley, I'm content to sit back here behind you. Let's pull away from Jenkins so that we can battle it out for 3rd, and we end up with just a 2-car battle instead of a 3-car battle for that last podium spot.
All right, let's watch here. Oh, here we go. 3 cars wide for the moment, Brian, as they come out of turn number 10. And I think there it is. Jeremy Butts gets around, actually, I guess that's John Jenkins in the 195. Yeah. And Casey Mosley appears to be off pace.
Yeah, something happened there.
Well, let's take a look. Listen here, Brian. We got something coming in from race control. Yeah, and word we're getting from the corners is it sounds like Casey Mosley may only be working with 3 cylinders right now, Brian, which is a problem when 4 cylinders doesn't give you much in a Miata.
Yeah.
And so he's fallen off the pace and now moving ahead of Casey Mosley. There goes Steve Ficacci in the white and silver 51 machine. Move him up to 5th again. Ficacci is your SM2 race leader. Mike LaMena now is going to follow him. So unfortunately, Casey Mosley tried his hardest, and likely his race is now done.
Yeah. And that's unfortunate because definitely, I think out of those 3 cars, I think Casey Mosley may have been the
strongest.
May have been the strongest one. Don't be surprised if you don't see Mosley pull over here when you come over the hill here. When he comes out, LaMena will go by, and there it is. He's going to stay far driver's right. Look for the 105 to come down the pit lane right now. So again, very unfortunate for Casey. And who knows? Maybe. I don't know, maybe a plug wire pulled off? Who knows, right? You never know.
Maybe John Jenkins moved his battery hole down over to the Mosley car.
Or John went up and changed numbers on the car last night.
There you go. Who would notice?
So again, move Michael LaMena now up to 6th. Bill Gardner up to 7th with that, and then everybody else back behind him. So again, that last podium spot battle between John Jenkins and Jeremy Butts, you have to see Jeremy worked so hard to get in front of both of them and able to do it, and hopefully now he's thinking, okay, now here's my chance to pull away.
All right, sounds like another machine having some issues, possibly the Ficacci car, Brian. We'll check here. No, well,
he's right there. He's still pretty good speed
running.
Right there.
He ran wide coming out of turn 5, and the difference being is he didn't end up on the runway over at the airport like so many other drivers do that go off at turn 5.
Well, one of the drivers we haven't spoken about, and he pulled in a long time ago, and that was Zach Mosley, who was behind Ficacci for the longest time. Yep. So. And he only completed 9 laps, so we missed that. So we apologize for that, not seeing that car out there.
That explains the big gap now that we have between Ficacci and Mike LaMena at almost 4 seconds. But LaMena has got to be concerned there. I mean, for the last number of laps we've been watching, this is Bill Gardner in that 07 machine. It's been right there on the back bumper. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for Race Group 2. Open wheel and prototypes, please head to the grid. Race Group 2, open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid.
Yeah, pretty good battle there. Now you're going to see Ficacci again taking that line. all the way over far driver's right, trying to use as much of that racetrack. And every time he does that, it call in. It's like you should just have a standard tick mark. When the 51 goes by, it's consistent. I'm hitting that same spot. Don't bother calling it in anymore.
Yeah, and it's all with these momentum cars, Brian, is reducing drag. Basically, the straighter you can keep the front wheels, the faster it's going to be. So. It's a plan, and it's working for him, obviously, if he's now up to 5th position. The next time our leaders come by, Brian.
Well, it's actually the leader because John Hotz has fallen 4 seconds back.
Yeah, we see here now.
So I think he's got another problem.
He
may have a problem as well.
So that, depending now with, it'll be when Ryan Maloney in that blue and white number 15, when he crosses the start-finish line, he should see the 1-to-go board being displayed. And this is Jeremy Butt's chance. Jeremy now only, I think, about 10 car lengths back.
A little bit further back. He's still about 16 seconds
16
back.
seconds,
but, I think John got hung up in some traffic.
Oh, possibly.
During some certain times because he fell back to 3.5 seconds. We'll see where it is right now, but it was, see, now it's only 1.7 seconds, so I think John got stuck in behind some slower traffic last time by when they crossed the start-finish line that Ryan was able to do it. So we are working the last lap here, so Ryan Maloney 1.7 seconds over John Hotz, and then you got to go really all the way back to 17 seconds. So they actually, Jeremy lost time during that.
Yeah, and Maloney... Maloney now, as both, I think the deal is that Maloney and Maloney and Hotz had gotten caught up behind the number 5 of Bifulco, and Hotz now started to close things up again.
Yeah.
I don't think Maloney is having an issue with the car, but it looks like he's just kind of let out of the gas just a little bit there. But Hotz was throwing the car through 3 and 4, trying to make up the ground here. As our leaders now going to be the next cars in line here. There is our leader, Ryan Maloney, with John Hotz now only about 5 car lengths back as they come through the light bulb for the very last time on to the front straight and sweeping the weekend. Brian, I don't want to say it too early because I've been wrong before, but sweeping the weekend. There you go. It is Ryan Maloney. John Hotz will finish in 2nd.
Let's see if we can't pick up this Jeremy Butts Jenkins. They should be coming through the light bulb possibly right now.
There they are.
So Jeremy Butts is going to hold on to that 3rd position. I don't think Jenkins is close enough to make a good run.
No, he
isn't. To get
isn't.
that draft. So Jeremy Butts is going to pick up 3rd place. John Jenkins is going to pick up 4th. Then you got to go a little bit further back to Ficacci. He should be by himself.
And there he goes, Steve Ficacci crossing the line. Mike LaMena holds off Bill Gardner, and Gardner drops back there on the last lap. So LaMena will finish 6th. Bill Gardner will finish 7th. Greg Bogart, we didn't see that last 5 or 10 lap charge from Bogart. He was just too far back to make it happen, although he picked up, Brian, almost 8 seconds on Bill Gardner ahead.
Gardner went off in 10, went 4 off the lap before, so that's why he dropped off of LaMena.
All right, so Bogart will finish 8th, Ted Cahill will finish 9th, Kurt Laumeister will finish in 10th, with Ivan Seabrook finishing just outside the top 10. All right, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group, Brian. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group 2. Open wheel and prototypes, please head to the grid. Open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more action from New Jersey Motorsports Park's Lightning Circuit. It's the 2025 Lightning Challenge presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA and Ciocca Corvette. Stay with us.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a 6-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at SCCA.com.
Welcome back to the Lightning Circuit at New Jersey Motorsports Park. Caught myself, Brian.
Yes,
the Lightning Circuit. It's the 2025 Lightning Challenge presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA and Ciocca Corvette. Next up, our open wheels and prototype race. And Brian, it is one open wheel car today. We had two drivers go out for qualifying. We had Dino Lodico in his Formula V.
Nope, Dino Lodico's in the Formula 6.
Formula 6, pardon me, in his Formula 6. See, even with two cars, I'm going to get it wrong 50% of the time.
Two cars.
And Stephen Hicks in his Formula V. And unfortunately, Lodico, who was having lots of brake issues yesterday, both in qualifying and during the race, couldn't resolve them. He packs up the car, takes it home. So that leaves us with
Stephen Hicks.
Our pole sitter, Stephen Hicks, with a qualifying time at 1:26.718. And we have received word, Brian, that this is going to be not a 15-lap or 40 minutes, or probably it's not going to be 22 laps or 40 minutes. This is going to be a 15-lap race for Stephen Hicks. So I guess technically he only needs to do eight laps.
8 laps to pick up the win.
To get the win, to go halfway and get credit for the race. My guess is we're going to be here
Let's
for
just make
15.
sure he lines up correctly.
Yeah.
Pace car lights are out, so hopefully he lines up in the right spot.
Yeah, you know, if it were me, Brian, if he starts the race from the middle of the track, I would wave off the start. That's just me.
You're not in your pole position. You started in the wrong spot.
Exactly. I'm sorry, you've been
you
disqualified.
You have a 5-second penalty.
Start violation. And there we go, moving over to driver's left. And starting from the outside lane today, your pole sitter, Stephen Hicks, as the pace car heads to the pit lane, turning the field over to Stephen Hicks. Green flag is in the air, Brian. It was a very early green flag. And Hicks now in his Formula V. And this is, the class is FVR, which is Formula V, but with the wider tires, wider than the typical Hoosier tires that we see on national and most regional, the Formula V class. This is a Northeast Division Road Racing Championship class, and on his way, working lap number 1, is Stephen Hicks.
And I think, isn't Stephen new to the...
Yeah, my understanding is he's a rookie.
Yeah,
so, I mean, this is
perfect.
We're kind of joking about it because he's the only driver on course right now. But from a driver development standpoint and, learning your race car, learning your craft, it's unfortunate you're not going to be able to learn a lot of racecraft and work through traffic and pass cars and be passed. But this is... Well, to be perfectly honest, it's cheap track time.
Yeah, it's a at this point, it becomes a huge test session. Test session. I'll get it right. There's so many cars I couldn't.
Yeah, and most driver's ed events or HPDE events, they're geared towards production-based cars, to tin-top cars, whether they be race cars or whether they be street cars. It is the number of opportunities to bring out a car like this to do testing. For example, you have usually the test days before a race weekend and maybe a couple of specific test days that allow formula cars throughout the weekend. But I think, again, this is going to be a great opportunity for Stephen to get practice behind the wheel.
Yeah. And don't worry about the ticker up there. This is only going to be 15 laps. They haven't changed it over in timing and scoring, but it will only be 15 laps. So, yeah, we could probably remove that ticker there, Spencer, because I think it's only just one car out there. So,
we'll give you updates as time goes on, but
we can give them the time. What the times they're doing. So we'll pump that up a little bit, but we'll put that back up there. But yeah, I mean, look, this is a great opportunity to come out and learn the track. And again, I'm not sure does Stephen have a lot of time here in other forms of cars. I don't believe he does. So at this point, it becomes where this is another product of using this session, and really all weekend, because even when Dino was there, with the Formula 600, he was much faster than the Formula V. So again, you get a product of being able to race, by yourself. and kind of learn as much. So.
Well, Brian, it's funny. We actually had last night Stephen Hicks submit a driver bio for us, so we actually have some information on him. He's a Philadelphia region member, and he works in township management for a municipality in Pennsylvania. I'm guessing likely Fountainville. It may not be Fountainville, but he lives in Fountainville, Pennsylvania. So quite possibly. And he's had some not road racing experience, but racing experience. He says from 2001 to 2022, so 20 years worth of oval track experience, all up and down the East Coast, drove modifieds.
Oh, okay. The modified, as they call them in the.
He did dirt, he did asphalt, he did indoor stuff as well. So good to see that. And he said he did dirt tracks like Egypt Speedway in New York. Has wins at 8 tracks, 5 states, and also a regional touring championship as well. Retired from full time, and he was doing that full time. Brian, that was so he was.
You run the modifieds. If you're running dirt modifieds, you're probably running 3 times a week.
So that's
right? So that's a lot of work.
No time for a day job. I guess to make that a full time job, you're.
Well, you try driving with a team, driving with a team that I'm sure there's a salary there, and if it was his team, got the sponsors into where he gets the salaries and brings on a couple probably a couple paid employees or an employee to help do the car. But the modifieds up and down the East Coast are a big, huge deal, both on dirt and asphalt, right, all the way across the board. So
and so last year he said he got to drive a Spec Miata just at a driver ed event, and he says he knew he had to go road racing, and tried to decide on what he was going to race, whether it was going to be a Spec Miata or he thought he'd have some fun in a car like a Formula V. And so this is where he is. He was with us at the Summit Point, the DC Region Driver's School in the spring, which is where he got his comp license. Yeah. And here he is. And again, good on him for bringing the car out here and racing. I'm glad to see him bring the car out. I'm more glad, Brian, as we talk, to see him knowing that there was no competition for him in Formula V this weekend.
Yeah.
To
continue to use this as, for the weekend and saying, hey, you know what? I'm going to get as much track time as I can, because if I really want to, excel at this, probably as he did with his modifieds and everything else, it makes sense to come in and you got to do as much as you can. Again, it is unfortunate there's nobody else there because, when you get into this type of racing with the Formula Vs, as you well know, it's all about momentum, right? And it's all about, the aero and the drafting and everything else. So you learn that craft. Not that I think he needs to learn the racecraft. He knows about it, especially from running dirt and even asphalt.
He's going to have a feeling for when there are cars around him and what to do and where to do it. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. And so, he said, and this is where we know that he's running those wider tires. His plan later on this year is to run the Challenge Cup, which is a regional Formula V only series that do run on those wider tires. Also, the New England region of the SCCA has a Formula V specific series as well, where I believe they run those same tires as well. So again, he's getting the car ready for that. And there he goes. He says Memorial Day race is going to be a good chance to get some more seat time prior to joining fields of 20 to 30 cars. And the Challenge Cup has some absolutely huge Formula V fields. I know last year at Pit Race, I think they had somewhere in the lines of like 40, 45 Formula Vs. Some of the biggest Formula V fields short of the SCCA's national championship runoffs in the country.
Yep. Playing a little IndyCar challenge over the radio. We see they're still there. I didn't hear the question, but we're playing as Stephen Hicks is going around. Our corner workers are playing India Trivia.
Not India Trivia, that would be awful, but Indianapolis 500 Trivia, and it was interesting because I didn't hear the question come up, but one of the corner stations mentioned AJ
and
Foyt.
It was right. I think there was 3 of them. But
And I think those are like the Triple Crown winners here. And actually, eventually driving everything back to our driver on track, Stephen Hicks, says he looked up and admires drivers like AJ Foyt and, of course, Mario Andretti. And the reason he does is because they could drive anything.
Yep.
You know, they have obviously were great circle track drivers, huge race winners, Indy 500, you name it. But obviously, you know, in the case of Mario Andretti, Formula One world champion, and AJ Foyt certainly could ring a car out on a road course as well. He says the modern day equivalent for him, it makes sense. Kyle Larson, Jimmy Johnson, although you know you don't want to put Jimmy
really
in a
drive
well, he can't drive an Indy car. We know that. He's tried, and I've seen Jimmy Johnson try to run cars on iRacing. He can't do anything online either, but at least, well, that was during the pandemic. He couldn't do anything online. I'm sure he's gotten a little more practice in the sim in the last couple of years. But it's interesting that he mentioned that, and basically said that his family, he's lived, and how he got started is he's essentially lived at a racetrack back in the early 70s. His father and also his uncle raced did short track at Flemington Speedway, and so just kind of grew into it.
Yep.
And we're definitely happy to have him here, as he's now working his 7th lap here, and he's brought his lap times down now, Brian, to a 1:26.2. So this is what seat time will do for you. He's half a second under his best time prior to this today. He actually set his best time during yesterday afternoon's race, and well, there you go. He's now a half second underneath that at a 1:26.293 is the fastest lap time that he's set here, and he has lap after lap continued to knock time off. He went from a 32.2 to a 27.8 to a 27.5 to a 26.9 to a 26.7 to a 26.2.
Well, you know, the good thing is that, you know, when he goes back and he wants to look at video and everything else, you know, he may have some in-car. He's got some really good shots because he's the only car on the racetrack. He can go back and completely play this entire, obviously, and mute the commentary, but he can watch the car because Spencer's been following him around, right? So, you know, it gets to the point where, you know, he can kind of tell what the car is doing.
Yeah, indeed. And so now he drops down, Brian, he drops down into the 25s, and he turns in a 25.77.
Yeah.
So knocks another half second off.
Yeah.
It's funny listening to this Indy trivia on the RaceNet, Brian, just because we know somebody we work with on some other races, Jordan Worth. What he will do is when we're getting ready, he's one of our directors, and he'll come back when he tells us that we're going to be coming back from a break. He'll tell us how many seconds it'll be before we come back, and it is always the number of a car number of a NASCAR racer, maybe over the last 30, 35 years, and that's the game that we have to figure out who he's talking about.
Yep.
So when he says that it's 34 seconds before we return, Brian, I have no idea. NASCAR drivers, who would it be?
Well, currently, I believe that would be
too long.
Gilligan, or not Gilligan. Gilliland, the son of David Gilliland. I can't remember his first name.
Slip of the tongue.
Yes.
Gilligan.
Well, he's been called Gilligan, so.
It's a 3-hour tour. Any NASCAR race is a 3-hour tour, so I guess it fits. All right, so that, for the first time, Brian, no, actually, I take that back. Stephen Hicks now down. Yeah, he did not improve that time. He turned in a 26.5. And so we are now, we think, just about halfway here, Brian. So let me do this. Let me make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 3. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. course, Brian, we've got 2 open wheel races that we're watching simultaneously here.
Well, we don't want to give that spoiler out.
So the other defining factor in that other open wheel race is it's usually just one big procession anyhow. So
I think there's been as many passes in that race as there has been
in this one right here. Exactly.
The good thing is the wind isn't as bad, right?
Right.
So the wind isn't all that bad today, and then Stephen Hicks just on that lap, so he must have the streaming in the earpiece of his helmet because
That's right.
He just heard you say he didn't go as fast. Pick up the pace here a little bit because he just went his fastest lap of the entire weekend, I believe, at 1:25.7, and again, all by himself. So again, flirting around, and listen. He's a modified driver. Honestly, I know that you get into it and you're like, okay, well, he's in a Formula V. He's doing 1 minute and 25 seconds here. It's a lot to take in, but I wouldn't be surprised that after every session he comes back and says, "Yeah, this car's really tight." He's used to getting that thing sideways in a turn,
and in a Formula V,
left-hander.
And in the Formula V, the goal is, much like we were saying with the Spec Miatas, and you notice he's taking a very high line.
Yeah.
Through the light bulb, is to dial in as little steering as possible, regardless of the corner. And so when we see him take that high line, again, he is just turning in as little as possible, using the camber to bring him down to the apex at the very exit of the corner there, and just trying not to have those front wheels off axis, for as short a period of time as you can.
Almost the exact same as, a go-kart here. 2 years ago, WKA came here, ran here. You want to put almost zero input into that steering wheel. It's going to slow you down. So, here a couple years ago here, so I'm sure he's thinking the exact same thing. And again, went even faster here, Greg. So, getting the most out of that car with just under... I think it's going to be a little about 4.5 laps to go.
Yeah, and he just turned in a 25.595. We'll call it a 25.6. And again, his fastest time coming into the day was a 26.7. 1.2 seconds faster, Brian, and in a V, that is huge. That is mountainous.
Yep. I'm watching to see where he is with, I can break it out as you can too. You can break out a time. You can see whether or not he's going to be faster or slower on this lap. This lap more than likely will probably be a little bit faster, and it is, right? So,
yep. He knocked another 7 1,000ths off. Goes down to a 25.588. So, and again, in a Formula V, a couple thousandths here, a couple thousandths there. When you and I instruct, we are always telling drivers that, if you get closer to an apex, if you open up the wheel a little bit, earlier, if you are able to carry a little bit more speed into the apex, it could be worth a couple thousandths of a second. But you multiply that out times here at Lightning 10 corners. You multiply that out at VIR 17 corners.
Right.
12 corners at Road Atlanta. That it all counts up. It all builds up. It could then be a 10th or 2/10ths at the end of a lap. Multiply that times 15 laps or 22 laps. And it's a couple seconds over the course of a race, and it could mean the difference between finishing second versus taking the win, or finishing fourth and getting on the podium.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You're 100% correct. And again, this car running 125s, by itself here, could only imagine, if let's say there was, 7 or 8 cars, what he would be doing kind of in the draft. He went even faster there, right? So the car is, really the last, 1, 2, 3, 4, really the last 6 laps has really gotten better and better.
Yeah,
so
quite
he's
a
definitely
bit.
kind of dialed this thing in.
And this time he knocked another 10th and a half off.
Yeah.
All right, real quick, Brian, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 and Spec Racer Ford. Please head to the grid. Race Group 3, Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. And it looks like we got a couple people in the chat, Brian. They're just chomping at the bit for that Spec Racer Ford 3 race. And you heard it. It's next.
Yep. Yeah, a lot of people looking to go, looking to get Liam in there again.
Yeah, a lot of people here this weekend, part of the Liam Kerper fan club.
You know, we talked about it yesterday, you know, and Steven, you know, getting ready to come. He's going to have 2 laps to go after this lap here. But, you know, met Liam, you know, on Friday morning. Kind of talked to him, big, tall kid. You know, I told the joke that, you know, you're really good out on the racetrack, but you really struggle getting that thing off the trailer because we stood there for a couple minutes.
Well, he's not used to going backwards.
Yeah, well, that is true. You know, I was talking to his dad, and you know, as we talked about a little bit yesterday, you know, was in a Miata. Kind of, I never thought I'd heard anybody say this before. Kind of outgrew the Miata from a height perspective.
We know 6'7" drivers who race Spec Miata.
I mean, they sit in the back seat, but they're in the trunk. Half of them are in the trunk anyway.
With the battery box.
With the battery box, right? Yeah, I don't know what John had a problem with it. Couldn't you just hold the battery box?
Yeah, you just stick it right under your arm. It's fine.
So, yeah, a lot of talent there with Liam. I think, you know, getting into this SRF, you know, these 3s, I think is a good move. It, you know, from what we've seen, you know, this year with him, pretty much in every racetrack that he's been to, really good car control, understands what's going on, and understands where and where not to make a move when he needs to.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, and we've seen this, I think now. Quite a bit more in just a couple of years, at least at the national level, that a lot of the kids coming out of go-karting now, you know, I think they recognize that perhaps, you know, that there's not a lot of opportunity in Pro Series in a Formula car unless you want to bankrupt the family, you know, to go to F4, go to F3 here in the U.S. And the fields are so incredibly saturated in Spec Miata with kids coming right out of karts that perhaps getting behind the wheel of a Spec Racer Ford, besides being very close to what you're doing in a go-kart, you know, gives you a lot of that same feeling, and you've got a lot of the same adjustments that you have in Formula cars, and it just turns into a great way to advance through the ranks, or at least to get known and get seen.
Yeah, well, you know, like I said, looking in the chat here, Liam's trailer challenge. Yeah, pretty much trailer challenge. So, you know, no, that's kind of my new joke, right? You know, you and I have been doing this long enough. We have nicknames for drivers and everything else. So, yeah, Liam is definitely trailer challenge. So we're gonna have to talk to the team. Somebody else is gonna have to take that off the trailer going forward.
All right, so Stephen Hicks now, Brian, working his 15th and final lap, and as he comes to the line, he should see the checkered flag, and there it is in the air. Stephen Hicks, let's call it what it is, Brian. He just had 15 laps of good testing as he knocked over a second and a half off of his previous lap times.
Tell you what, why don't we go ahead and we'll take a quick break, and then we'll come back and we'll get ready for our Spec Racer Ford group.
What does it take to be America's largest
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the many picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a 6-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for Race Group 3, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 and Spec Racer Ford. This is your final call to the grid. Race Group 3, this is your final call to the grid.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Welcome back, everybody. It is the 2025 Lightning Challenge presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA and Ciocca Corvette with the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, this being round number 1 of the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship. And we also have the United States Touring Car Championship with us here this weekend as well. I'm Greg Ginsburg. He is Brian Donati. And we are getting ready to go with our second Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series race of the day. This is scheduled to be 22 laps or 40 minutes, whichever comes first. It is Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 and Spec Racer Ford as that beautiful Ciocca Corvette pace car brings the field onto the track for their pace lap. Starting on pole today with a qualifying time set during yesterday's race, and so Brian, a new track record, as you mentioned, of 1:11.976. Driver the number 51 WNA Racing machine of Liam Kerper. Steven Samet will start second today. He's driving the number 32 machine. Joe Colasaco, he's going to start on the inside of row number 2, and what a run from Joe Colasaco yesterday, Brian, as he made his way from 5th to finish on the podium. He's going to start alongside his son, Dominic. Dominic didn't have such a great race. He started
not
third.
At the end, no, he
started 3rd, finished 8th yesterday. Dominic Colasaco will start 4th today. Stephen Shu in the green and white number 81 machine. He'll start 5th with Kyle Robertson in the number 25 car, starting in 6th position. Steve Mincon, he's driving the number 99 car. He'll start 7th with Jason Pintar in the 56, starting in 8th position. Mike Thomas is in the 54 car. Mike will start in 9th position with Don Privet rounding out the top 10. Don in the number 57 machine. Mike LaMena is driving the 08 car, running the number and livery from his late brother, Pete LaMena. Mike starts in 11th position. Stephen Thomas driving the number 30 machine. He'll start 12th with Mike Kosuth starting 13th in the number 5. Michael Decker driving the number 12 machine. He is in the Doggone Racing Spec Racer Ford. He's in the only Gen 2 car in the field. Starts 14th overall. And then Richard Miller in the number 38 machine. He'll start 15th.
So pretty good battles here yesterday with Kerper, Samet. Again, throw in Joe Calasaco. At one point we had Dominic up in there until we got to the middle half of the race, and he kind of fell back. Again, another race, Greg, where these drivers, they made some mistakes as the race went on. And again, we're going 7 laps further than we did yesterday.
Yeah,
so we got to keep those to a minimum.
Got to keep that head on you. Got to keep focus over a much longer period of time. As the Ciocca Corvette pace car onto the pit lane, Brian, starter looks over the field, and green flag is in the air, and we are racing once again here at Lightning as Liam Kerper in the black 51 jumps out to an early lead, slices across the nose of Steven Samet in the blue 32, who's going to slide in the second. Then we got Joe Calasaco running in third in the red number 3 machine. We've got the two red with black cars. It is Colasaco in the 3 car. He sits in third. His son Dominic sits in fourth. Much better start here today for Dominic Colasaco than yesterday. And then we have Stephen Chu. He's in the green-white number 81. And I believe actually now the 81 lost a position there, Brian. So Kyle Robertson in the 25 car gets around Stephen Chu here early on, drops Stephen Chu back in the 6th, and Steve Mincon and Jason Pintar.
Yeah, we saw Kyle Robinson yesterday have a little bit of problem. Again, we were talking about it as the race went on, really got, all crossed up sideways amongst, as the race went on, and ended up getting drivers off left and right and really put.
They were everywhere, Brian.
Yeah, so, rough race there for Kyle, so we'll see again as we'll see whether or not he's able to hold on to it. He's going to tuck right in the back gearbox there of Dominic Calasaco as they come down out of turn 10 and head down into the start-finish line.
All right, so 1 lap in the books. Liam Kerper, Steve Samet, Joe Calasaco, your top 3. They have now started to separate themselves out just a little bit from Dominic Colasaco, who is under pressure from Kyle Robertson with Stephen Chu close behind. But as they came out of 1, Brian, and started to move up that hill to turns 3 and 4, Dominic Colasaco closes back up. Joe Calasaco takes a look to the outside of Steven Samet coming out of turn 5. And, Brian, I think he's going to try and set that pass up a little early here as Samet goes to defend, coming underneath the bridge, going into 7 as we've got a car off, Brian.
It's Michael Decker in the 12.
Yeah, coming out of turn 7, just past our view, going into the setup for the light bulb. As you said, that is the Decker car, the number 12 machine. He was the last car in the field, and we'll see if he gets that car back underway or not. But he has the car off the track surface here currently as our leaders come across the line to complete lap number 2.
Yeah.
And Kerper now down to a 112.8. It's going to take a couple laps to get the heat into these spec Hoosier tires.
Yeah, and I think that at the beginning of this race, we're going to see a lot of single file here going on. So, again, we're going 7 laps further. We're going another 14 miles here. So, knowing what we saw yesterday, I keep coming back to that. This is a group that really had those problems, as the race went on. So, we'll have to see. We got one car possibly going.
Yeah, and Brian, I think it sounds like that might have been the 99 of Steve Mincon that went off. He was running 7th, went wide coming out of 5 and spun across the track to the inside. Sounds like, and it's just past that camera there at turn 5. You see
down in here bottom somewhere.
Yeah, you can kind of see where the smoke was. So he's between our turn 5 and turn 6 corner stations here, Brian, as our leaders now coming, and actually it turns out it was Don Privet in the 57.
Yeah.
And we are going now, Brian, to a full course caution here at the Lightning Circuit as we will have emergency services teams going and responding to that incident. And so, again, it was not Steve Mincon. It was the 57 of Don Privet.
Yeah.
As we are deploying the safety car to pick up the field. Liam Kerper slows the pace down. He is going to be acting as the safety car here temporarily until the safety car deploys over by turn 1. But it is Kerper, Samet, Joe Colasacco, Dominic Colasacco, Kyle Robertson, Steven Shu. Well, we've got them listed here on the screen for you. There you can see the top 10.
Yeah, hopefully it's just a quick little, quick full course caution here. Able to get that Donald Privet machine moved relatively quickly. I do know that there was a little bit of impact to the guardrail, not much, and I think that's what they want to really check out.
Yeah, the guardrail over there not protected by any tire wall or anything, and so we did see there with the emergency services teams lined up to go out. I believe we saw the ambulance there. Yep. They basically, it's precautionary to send out and make sure that the driver is okay.
Yep.
All right, and so our emergency services teams now deploy and head out on track. And the safety car deployed just ahead of them, so we're going to see them, see Kerper, Samet, Colasacco, and the rest of the field pick up behind the safety car.
Yeah, they're back there a little bit. There's that, and then driver.
And we're getting word that the driver's out of the car. Driver's in good shape. Driver is fine. And so what we're hearing now is as he came out of turn 5, Brian, and almost every one of these Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 machines are running a SADEV sequential transmission. And it sounds like the Don Privet car, the 57 car, actually got stuck in gear and would not come out of gear, and that was problematic coming over the crest of the hill.
Right. Yeah, I think again coming over there, I think he hit that driver because we saw the dust from the dirt. I think he went wide and got it, and so I think that when it shot back across the racetrack and back into the guardrail there, it just obviously probably could have continued, but it stuck in gear, couldn't go anywhere. Right. So I think that's really, where it ended. And I don't think there was any serious contact or a whole lot of damage. I just don't think that he could get it in gear, or he probably would have continued. So.
All right. So hopefully it won't take long before we get this incident cleaned up, as the safety car now is bringing the field. It should be bringing
down
the field
and bringing
over
up on turn 7.
Yeah, over into the light bulb here in just a moment.
Mm-hmm.
There they are.
We actually had it. What we had is we had 2 Corvettes out there. One of them was with the safety crew going to the incident scene, and then we've
got the other safety car.
and so I think that so we had maybe Kerper was not sure which car to go because they both had their lights on right as the safety car, and then he kind of pulled out. They waved him by because he kind of actually stopped over there. So.
I mean, for all we know, the white Corvette.
Well, that's kind of what I thought was going to be the safety car.
That might be what Don Privet finishes the race in. You never know.
jump in the back half of the.
Yeah, exactly. He'll finish the race up. Both of those Corvettes supplied by Ciocca Corvette, our title sponsor for this race weekend. I guess that's getting twice the value for your money if you're a Ciocca Corvette, right?
There you go. Wonder if these are the Ciocca Corvettes out of Atlantic City.
Right.
One of the dealers that I service.
Part
of my regular job.
Well, Brian, as you've heard our advertisements that we run, yes, it is Ciocca Corvette of Atlantic City.
There we go. See? Have to make a stop up there.
Yeah, we could always go by after today's racing is complete, or we just stick around tomorrow. Memorial Day.
We're off tomorrow. Hey, just find a spot, park the motorhome, and kind of hang out.
Yeah, just hang out in the lot tomorrow.
That's it.
All right, so we are now working lap number 6 of this. This is a 25-minute.
Nope,
probably 25 lap.
22 lap, 40 minute.
22 lap or 40. Oh my gosh, too many numbers. My head hurts. It was so much easier when we had just a single car on course, Brian. 22 laps.
Mr. Hicks thanks you too, by the way.
40 minutes, yeah. All right, 22 laps or 40 minutes. Oh my gosh. So at least we know what we have on the ticker is correct right now. 17 laps remaining, or 30 minutes and 25 seconds remaining on the clock, whichever comes first.
I think this will be a quick cleanup. I think when we go to the next camera shot and you said, they're just going to lift the car up. Again, Donald Privet out of the car, probably kind of helping them, figuring out, hey, let's do this with the car, let's do this, put it back up.
They're just going to put it on the back of the wrecker and and roll it away.
Not only do we have this, we've got the MotoGP over there happening. Looks like we have our youngsters out there at their session.
Is that somebody on a scooter?
No, they're on little,
he's actually sitting down. Okay, the guy in the black sweatshirt there. He is on two wheels. Ryder, next up is going to be our production classes: Improved Touring, Super Touring Light, Touring 4, and B-Spec as well. So stay with us. We have one more race before we break for lunch today. And if it's anything like yesterday, we had a great race yesterday, Brian. Certainly in STL at the front of the field, but also a very good run in ITA. We're going to have to see who makes the ITA field. We actually lost our two front runners in ITA during yesterday's race. We think that one of them probably will not make the race today. It sounded like...
well, we know the one of Dan Freeman is not going to make the race. And we did see earlier on this morning, I believe, Kyle Colby in that Civic was out doing a kind of a hot lap there or a hardship lap. So we'll see whether or not he's able to come back. Yeah, unfortunately, the contact with the one kind of messed up that front. So
we'll see here. Next race, definitely one you want to check in for. Stay with us after our Spec Racer Ford race, and we'll have this race and that next one, and then we'll take a little bit of a break for lunch here at the Lightning Circuit, as we are still under full course caution, and as the safety car and Liam Kerper lead the field across the start-finish line. We start lap number 7, and we have just under 30 minutes remaining on the clock, or 16 laps. This one may, Brian, end up going to time if we do like another 2 laps or so.
Yeah, I was going to say, we may end up having to look at the time frame for this other than laps. I mean, you figure, Liam's doing about 1:12. Per lap. So 1:12, that's probably 28 minutes.
And we're just under that.
So,
all right. So what we're going to do?
Could be about a lap short. We'll wait and see what they've got.
We're going to wait until we finish this caution period up, and we may switch our ticker over to show you the amount of time remaining rather than the number of laps. But,
I did see they were pulling Privet's car back, so it was rolling. So they were able to get it out of gear, get it obviously into neutral, and they were flat towing it back.
Okay.
So it looks like maintenance is getting ready to move away from there. So maybe when we get down into 7, we may end up going green.
Well, see, there are definitely some places for them to pull those emergency services vehicles off the course, and there you go. There is the last remaining emergency service vehicle leaving the scene now, and it appears as though the safety car, Brian, has slowed the pace down just a little bit in order to maybe give that team a little bit more of an opportunity to exit the course. And there you go. The car has now, the emergency services team has left the track, now going into...
Everything has gone blank, so we've lost everything.
All right. Well, we'll just keep talking, and I guess we're there. We go. We're coming back. Yeah, it'll be just a moment for all of our systems to come back up, as we lost internet connectivity here for a moment. So, Spencer, you should be able to go back to one of our other cameras if we can. If not, there we go. All right, there you go. Sorry about that, everybody. It's New Jersey. What can I tell you? Okay. All right, and we are getting word now, Brian, that the lights are going to be extinguished on the safety car And we will be going back to green flag racing this next time by, as we'll have just under 25 minutes remaining on the clock, or 16 laps. So I mean, it's kind of iffy. So we'll keep the lap counter up on here, and we'll switch over if need be. And again, this will be a single file restart as the safety car now moves over to the pit lane, turning the field back over to Liam Kerper. And we are green once again here at the Lightning Circuit with 15 laps remaining, or 25 minutes remaining on the clock. And Brian, I think the race to watch here is, at least for the moment, probably the race for second, because right before we went to the full course caution, Joe Calasacco was really starting in that red number 3 machine, really starting to pressure the blue and black number 32 of Steven Samet.
Yeah, we'll see whether or not him and Dominic can work together, right? I mean, this is another group here with a product of Aero and Draft, and got to have those partners, and coming out of the same stable right there, I think you're going to see that. But now, as we just say that, coming out of 5, getting ready to go up onto the bridge, Joe pulls away from Dominic a little bit right on that back gearbox of Steven Samet, who isn't that far away from Liam Kerper. Kerper got a great run on that start, so we'll have to see.
Well, hopefully everybody in the chat is still with us. We had Randy Fletcher, Nicholas Brett, EJ2 Track Rat, and of course Willing and Able Racing, all cheering on our leader, Liam Kerper, as running very wide, coming out of turn 10. Was that Kyle Robertson? Was that the 25 machine?
Don't believe that was Kyle Robertson. We'll see. That was actually Steve Minkin.
Minkin, a little bit further back.
Went further back, yeah.
So originally I said it was the 99 car that was off at turn 5, bringing out the full course caution.
Well, he just went off in turn number 10 right
It's like I'm Kreskin or something. I'm psychic, Brian. I knew it was going to happen. And now, taking a quick look, Steve Samet jumping to the lead, gets around Liam Kerper, coming out of turn 1, going into turn 3. And that is the first time that we've seen Liam Kerper now in anything other than the lead here in a race and a half, as they come down underneath the bridge and go into turn 7 under braking. And Brian, seeing that happen, I wonder if Joe Calasacco now knows that, one, it's possible to get around Liam Kerper, but might be starting to devise a little bit of a strategy here, because he's had a good opportunity to watch Steven Samet over the last race and a half. And it's going to be very good for him now, because 2 cars side by side put a very large hole in the air. Yeah. And as they come out of the final corner and onto the front straight, it is going to be still Steven Samet, your leader, with Liam Kerper now jumping to the inside. Brian, he's going to try to outbrake Samet going into turn 1. He gets the pass made, holds onto the car on exit.
Yeah, that was a power move. But, when you go back to that lap right here, where this is where Samet made that move the last time, he ended up, I think that kind of surprised Liam. I didn't think, Liam probably didn't think that that's where he would make that move, but Liam is so strong coming out of the light bulb, heading down the front stretch, and then getting into turn 1, that entry, that I just didn't think there was going to be any way Steven Samet was going to be able to hold him off, knowing he got a little bit of that pull, and he had Joe Calasacco move out a little bit with him when he went to go make that. So he got a little bit of push. And then Joe kind of moved back in, but there was no way you were going to hold off Liam Kerper in that 51 machine in that turn 1.
All right, now as they come out of turn 7, head into the light bulb, and this is where, coming out of 7, where Kerper is so strong, and he opens up now almost about 3 car lengths actually on the Samet machine. Question is, and it becomes, whether Joe Calasacco can push the Samet car back up to Liam Kerper. And I'm sure at some point Joe Calasacco would rather be the pushy and not the pusher. This is the position where he's been now 2 days in a row. It took a number of laps for him to get into this position yesterday, but we saw when he finally did work his way up into the top 3, there just wasn't anywhere for him to go, and couldn't get around Samet. As we are now halfway through this 22-lap race, working lap number 11 out of 22 with 20 minutes remaining. And so, Brian, I am going to go here and switch our timing and scoring now over to show the amount of time remaining on the clock, because I think that's going to be a little bit more representative for us here.
Yeah, we may be able to get these. We may be able to go the 11 laps, but let's leave the timing up there right now, because just in case they do decide to do it a lap earlier, but they may give them. They were talking about that over the radio. They may give them that extra
22
lap. So we'll see. But let's leave that up there just in case they decide to do it. Is now Joe Kawasaki now comes across the line, still sitting in third. But Greg, he just set the fastest lap of the race right now in lap 11, and that is a very good product of how these cars work together in the draft, where you don't, the leader is not always, just because they're leading doesn't mean they are the fastest car out on the racetrack with this draft.
Yeah, and as we saw in Spec Miata, as we were watching Casey Mosley and John Jenkins, the question is, which would they be faster swapping positions? Now, here in Spec Racer Ford, where Joe Kawasaki was not teammates with Steven Samet, Samet isn't going to just automatically, I think, give up the position and let Joe Kawasaki go by. In national level racing, you would, this early on in the race, you'd see that happen. But I think here Steven Samet is probably already concerned possibly about not taking home second, and he's not necessarily thinking race strategy. He's thinking about final position.
Well, I'm sure Kawasaki wants to get around Steven Samet to get into second place, to give him that opportunity. But right now, with still just over halfway, really with 10 laps left to go, maybe he's saying, "Hey, I need to work with. I need Steven to be there in order for me to catch Liam." At this point,
and that may be the case. Liam Kerper, though, just extended his lead by about 0.2 of a second on that prior lap. So things are opening up a little bit further back in the pack here. Nice little battle unfolding between Dominic Kawasaki in the other red car. That's the red number 15. Kyle Robertson, Stephen Shu, and Jason Pintar. There they go underneath the bridge. And under braking, they're not that far back from our leaders still. But there, Dominic Kawasaki runs wide coming out of turn 7. Kyle Robertson in the 25 machine. Let's take a look if he's able to get past. Well, he's going to go side by side going into the light bulb. And with inside position, Dominic Kawasaki holds off the Charger Robertson. He's going to hold on to fourth position for now, but I wouldn't be surprised, Brian, to see Robertson poke to the inside if he can and try to make a run at Kawasaki going into turn 1. He may not be close enough to do it. He takes a quick look to the inside, and in doing so, Brian, really hurts his exit speed as Stephen Shu now in the white and green 81. He pulls up right alongside.
Yeah, Dominic got really, really loose going into 7 under braking, lost that nose, and really tried to get back on the throttle hard as we've got cars coming in back in traffic here, and I believe that may be the 38 there of Richard Miller. Kerper got around him, but Steven Samet and Joe Kawasaki really got stuck in behind there.
Yeah, and Kawasaki, I think Kawasaki thought it was going to be a good opportunity to use the 38 car as a pick, and all of a sudden that gap that he was going to shoot for disappeared, and he had to change his trajectory very quickly to get back behind Steven Samet. And so he finds himself behind the 32 car once again, and Kerper, perfect opportunity now as he comes across the line, goes and resets fast lap, and he now has extended his lead, Brian. He's now extended his lead to 1.2 seconds as they are now still trying to get around some slower traffic. That second pack, though, I think Robertson and Shu both sensing that perhaps Dominic Kawasaki running in fourth place, having some challenges, and Stephen Shu gets around Kyle Robertson, maybe giving a bit of a reprieve to Dominic Kawasaki now as they come through turn 6. Just that little action of Stephen Shu shoving himself under the nose of Robertson has given Kawasaki almost 3 car lengths.
Yeah. Tell you what, going down into turn 7, Dominic Kawasaki just doesn't look comfortable on entry.
Never.
It looks like Stephen Shu may have gotten that right rear into that the edge of that dirt, but Dominic that car just looks what we call in the racing world hateful going down into turn 7 under braking.
Hey, you don't even have to be in the racing world to call that hateful.
That car is just hateful going down on that heavy braking.
And if you remember yesterday, he had a moment going into turn 7, Brian, where the rear end, and I think it may be a brake bias issue, where the rear end started to get away from him, and he almost got into a mini tank slapper. And that's when he fell back into 8th position as Robertson tried to take the position back from Stephen Shu as they come up the hill now into turn 3 and 4, and so move Robertson back up to 5th, drop Shu back to 6th.
Yeah, and again, those two, they went at it all day yesterday too. And again, this is where the challenges were happening with some of these drivers, and I think you're seeing them really start to push the issue here again as we start to wind down. Again, 7 laps left to go. Over 14 and a half minutes, I believe we're going to get to that 7 laps here. The way things are working out right now. But a couple of people making comments. One of our drivers from earlier this morning saying that turn 3 looks a little slippery, and my response was, "Well, you let us know. You were out there, but only for half the race, so you let us know." How slippery it is out there. You can see these cars when they come up out of turn 3, the rear end wants to step out. In these cars, that's actually not bad.
No, it's a sign of rotation.
Fine. Yeah, absolutely.
He's getting the car to rotate. It is, as we said, from watching the last race where we had Spec Racer Ford. By the way, Brian, I'm going to make the call to the grid for the next group. In the Formula Vs, where it takes a while to get from 3 to 4. In these Spec Racer Fords, it's a pretty quick switchback. You're rotating the car one way, rotating the car the other way. Attention in the paddock, race group 4, production, improved touring, B-Spec, STL, and T4, please head to the grid. Race group 4, production, improved touring, STL, T4, and B-Spec racers, please head to the grid. That, as you're switching that car back, it actually kind of reminds me of turns 10A and 10B at Road Atlanta. The difference is you're going up a hill to enter. You're not coming down the hill under threshold braking to enter. But as quickly as you go in, you got to rotate the rear of the car the other way to exit, and the car is almost like on a pendulum.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah. From a heavier car, that is tough to do, and that may look like it's and feel that it's pretty slick out there. But for these cars here, that is a perfect rotation. That's kind of what they want.
All right, going side by side coming up the hill. That was Mincon and Pintar, I believe, as they come across the threshold of turn number 1. So Pintar now running 7th, Mincon running in 8th.
Well, that was actually Mike Thomas and Steve Mincon. So
Mincon
getting around Mike Thomas there.
You go.
Silver number 54. Mike used to run a red 54 and changed it over, I believe, last year to silver. So
thanks for making my job easier. Appreciate that, man.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
Yeah.
Well, at least it's not white and it's not a Porsche. So
all right, and so Colasacco and Robertson now have really gone and separated themselves out from Stephen Shu and Jason Pintar. We'll check here. Here are our top 3. And for the last couple of laps, Joe Colasacco hasn't been able to get up to the back of Steven Samet, but back behind, we'll see them cresting over the hill here in just a moment. Dominic Colasacco and Kyle Robertson now with maybe 10 car lengths on Stephen Shu and Pintar. And now Kyle Robertson once again taking a look on Dominic Colasacco. Great move by Robertson to move back up into a podium-paying position.
Yeah. The question is, what did Liam run yesterday in his race to set that record?
He ran a 1:11.976, and so on the last lap, there you go, Liam Kerper, a 1:11.964, resetting the Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 track record on the Lightning Circuit.
And it looked like it took a couple laps to, let his tires cool off a little bit to get back out in front to really get that run and go through there. So.
This is the first time he's been down into the 111s. He's been running in the the mid 112.
Yep.
And so, yeah, was able with a bit of a margin, with a bit of a delta, back to Steven Samet. Joe Colasacco had the opportunity to dial it back a little bit and make a run for it. So congratulations to Liam Kerper here as we watch.
Well, not so fast, my friend, because now Steven Samet has just now reset the track record.
Oh, look at that.
With a 1:11.947.
Oh, my. Let's jump back to that battle for the lead if we can, Spencer. I think we go up next corner or two. Yeah, so let's set up here at turn 5. We're going to see them come over the hill. And Brian, they are now starting, even with that, to close things down. Steven Samet now within less than a second, and I believe within the draft, Joe Colasacco about 4/10 back. And look at that, Colasacco. I think of the three. Certainly Liam Kerper's car looks very good through turn 7, and he gets such a great drive off there, a little bit lighter on the brake pedal, is able to get back to the throttle a little bit earlier than Samet, and then Colasacco. Samet's car still doesn't, he just doesn't get good exits out of there. The problem is that Colasacco is so far back that it takes him all the way up to turn 1 to be able to draft up to the back of the 32 car, and by that time, it's too late to make a pass attempt.
So it looks like we are going to get there. So next time by, Liam should, if he remains the leader, will have 1 lap to go.
Well, then, Brian, what we're going to do, let's switch it back.
Change it back.
Back to laps to go. There you go. 2 laps remaining.
Doesn't take much with the laps around here with these drivers.
Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group 4. Improved Touring, Production, Super Touring Light, Touring 4, and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Race group 4. This is your final call to the grid.
And Greg, just as you were making that call, you and I both were sitting there pointing at the TV screen. I tell you what, Joe Colasacco now really trying to make a move on Steven Samet as they came under the bridge, tried to go side by side, couldn't make it stick, had to get back in. And again, with 1 lap to go, when you look in your rearview mirror, if I'm Liam Kerper, that's exactly what I want to see. I want to see them side by side.
Now, Colasacco, he waited until right as they were coming out of turn 6 to poke out, and now he's going to jump out very late, coming underneath Steven Samet. Samet's going to try the over-under, and Samet, who's alongside as they come up the hill going into turn 3, he's going to have inside position, but no, Joe Colasacco, oh no, he doesn't hold him off.
Not so fast.
Yeah, Samet's going to try the over-under again, going through turn 4, and as they come over the crest of the hill, Samet's there to the inside. But as long as Colasacco can hold this position, Brian, he's going to have the inside line going into turn number 7. Can he outbrake the 32 machine as they come under the bridge? No. Steven Samet, it took 3/4 of a lap, Brian, but Steven Samet holds on to second place over Joe Colasacco as they go into the light bulb for the very last time. Colasacco is going to try to take that high line. It worked. It worked for a former Spec Racer Ford racer yesterday, Richard Spicer. It's not going to work for Joe Colasacco as they come out of the final corner and coming to the line, taking the win for the 2nd day in a row. Liam Kerper finishing 2nd will be Steven Samet with Joe Colasacco rounding out your podium. Now, just off the podium, who's it going to be? It is going to be Kyle Robertson finishing in 4th, with Dominic Colasacco finishing in 5th. Jason Pintar will finish 6th. Stephen Chu 7th. Steve Mincon will cross the line in 8th position. Mike Thomas will finish 9th in the number 54 car. And then Stephen Thomas, where are you? Stephen Thomas, there he is, as he comes out of the final corner onto the front straight. Stephen Thomas will round out your top 10. Wow, what a great race. And also congratulations to Steven Samet, your new track record holder in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3.
Yeah, that track record for Liam Kerper was held for 1 lap after.
one lap. There you go. All right, let's take a quick break, Brian. When we come back, going to be Production, Improved Touring, Super Touring Light, Touring 4, and B-Spec here at New Jersey Motorsports Lightning Circuit. Please stay with us.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at SCCA.com.
It is the 2025 Lightning Challenge presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA and Ciocca Corvette of Atlantic City, New Jersey, Brian, with special guests, the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship, as well as the United States Touring Car Championship. I'm Greg Ginsburg. He's Brian Donati, and we got Spencer Gaynor here with us as well. And Brian, next up, going to be small bore production, our Super Touring Light Improved Touring, as well as B-Spec, and a number of Touring 4 racers as well. Let me start running down the starting orders. Our drivers are just about ready to leave the grid and take their pace lap. Starting on the pole today, driving the number 182 STL Mazda Miata, it is Ted Cahall. Jack Bana, scheduled to start second today. Yesterday, it apparently, in talking to some of the other H production drivers, it was kind of a game for Jack. He made the conscious decision to start at the back of the field rather than the front row. Jack Bana, in his Volkswagen Cabriolet, the number 7 machine, he's your H production pole sitter, scheduled to start on the outside of the front row. Steve Ficacci, we saw him a little bit earlier today, running in SM2. Today he runs in STL in the number 51 Mazda Miata. He is going to start third. Greg Bogart in his number 23 Mazda Miata will start fourth. That's another STL car. Our Touring 4 pole sitter, Jeremy Butts, driving the number 69 Mazda MX-5, starts fifth. Kurt Laumeister in his STL Mazda Miata, starting in sixth position today, with Bob Cahall driving the number 178 STL Mazda Miata, starting seventh. Your ITA pole sitter scheduled to be Dan Freeman, driving the number 1 Mazda Miata. We don't think Dan is going to make the grid today, unfortunately. But Brian Hune driving White Valerie's STL Mazda Miata, scheduled to start ninth. That's the 123 car. Kyle Colby driving the number 43 ITA Honda CRX SI, scheduled to start 10th, with Casey Mosley in the number 105 STL Mazda Miata. Assuming he found another cylinder, Brian, he will be starting 11th. Tom Burge starting 12th today. He's in the number 150 F Production Mazda Miata. He's your F Production pole sitter. Joel Gambino in the number 31 ITA Mazda Miata, starting 13th. Starting 14th, driving the number 142 F Production Honda CRX SI, it's David Colby. That's Kyle's father. And then we got Jennifer Romes. She is driving the number 186 Touring 4 Scion FRS. She starts 15th. Michael McQueen starts 16th today. He's driving the number 27 H Production MG Midget. And right on the next row, on inside of row number 8, driving the number 5 H Production Toyota Yaris, Carolyn Bayer Broering. Robert Ahern will start 18th today. He's driving the number 99 B-Spec Mazda 2, with Bob Rapley starting 19th. He's driving the number 18 ITA Nissan 240SX. Our sole spec Boxster racer is Michael Thompson. He will start 20th today, driving the 120 machine. Then we got Joseph Plunkett. He's going to start 21st. He is in the number 41 B-Spec Mini Cooper. Carl Hinman scheduled to start 22nd in the number 4 ITA Volkswagen Scirocco. Hudson Williams in the Swedish meatball in the 01 Volvo 262C, starting 23rd, and then starting 24th, Lars Gerhard in the Touring 4 Toyota 86, and then finally rounding out the field, it's going to be James Nurr driving the number 95 B-Spec Mazda 2. That's the car that he's sharing with James Kohler. As the pace car is on the pit lane, Brian, green flag is in the air, and we are racing once again here at Lightning. Jumping out to a quick start for the second day in a row is Ted Cahall. Then sliding in right behind is Steve Ficacci, with Greg Bogart in the yellow 23 right behind him. And we'll see here if he started from the back of the field again. Not making the field today, Jack Bana. So it looks like we are missing one Volkswagen Cabriolet. That means now jumping to the lead in H Production, Carolyn Bayer Broering, who gets ahead of Michael McQueen there in the mid-pack. the white Toyota Yaris. You can tell it's a Yaris because it's taller than almost everything else. There it is, with Michael McQueen in the lowest car. They were actually talking about that last night, that Carolyn would look in the mirrors and didn't see the MG midget directly behind her.
She would see the next one, the Mazda
2
of Rob Ahern there. So
oh my,
she wouldn't even see Michael McQueen.
All right, so quick start here. As all of our racers make it through the first couple of turns. The Volkswagen Scirocco we just saw there filling out the back of the field. That is Carl Hinman in the number 4 machine. As our leaders now come up out of turn 10 onto the front straight, and look at the advantage that Ted Cahall has now opened up on the rest of the STL field. Now, there is something at play here, Brian, in that the Miata that Ted Cahall is racing is built specifically for STL. It is built to the letter of the rules in STL. Also has some of the aero help that other STL cars, non-Miatas, may have, like a rear wing. Focacci's, Bogart's, and I think Bob Cahall's cars also are essentially spec Miatas.
Well, remember, Focacci's in that SM2 machine, so he's not even really in an SM class. So he's not really even
probably
in
down a good 30 to 40 horsepower, which would explain the huge jump that Ted Cahall got at the beginning of the race. In Touring 4, Jeremy Butts is your leader. I think the next Touring 4 racer is Jennifer Romes. Romes, who is sitting back currently in 10th position overall while Butts is running 4th. He's got some more STL machines behind him. Joel Gambino leading Kyle Colby now in ITA. There's Colby in the yellow CRX we just saw going and entering into the light bulb. I want to call it the keyhole.
You almost called it the keyhole again.
Yeah, exactly. And there he is, and he's got his father, who is in the F production Honda CRX directly behind him there. So they're working the draft, although I'll tell you those second-gen CRXs, they're easier to draft than the first-generation CRXs, but they still don't put a real big hole in the air.
Yeah, and then when you throw in B-Spec here, so Robert Ahern Jr., he's leading right now over James Nerd. James starting in the very back, right? Right. Falling back a little bit.
And that is essentially because Nerd did not qualify the car.
Right. Another driver coming in, and then Joseph Plunkett not taking the green in that Mini. So, that car. So only really 2 cars in that B-Spec. So, Rob having a really good run. I guess he got all the quarters in. He needed in the slot before the car went out.
We talked about that yesterday, didn't we?
Got all the quarters loaded into that machine for this 22-lap race.
All right, and now it looks like Greg Bogart has gotten around Steve Focacci, Brian, to move Bogart to second overall, second in STL as they come over the crest of turn 10 and onto the front straight. Ted Cahall now with 3 laps in the books has already opened up almost 7 seconds on this second pack. Bogart and Focacci battling it out for second in STL. Jeremy Butts at the back of that train. He is your Touring 4 leader in his Mazda Miata. And I believe that is also a car that is built specifically for Touring 4, Brian.
Correct, yep.
Kurt Laumeister and Bob Cahall in the number 11, the red 11, and the red 178 of Bob Cahall. There behind Bob Cahall also, I think his car is an STL build as well. Laumeister to spec Miata as they are now coming up, I think just behind, and we'll see him coming under the bridge now. That is Brian Hune. Hune, for many years, Brian, had raced in Formula 500, the predecessor to Formula 600, made the move over to STL a couple of years ago. When we were here last October on the Thunderbolt circuit, Hune had a coming together with another driver. Driver spun right in front of him, and actually got in. And I was talking to Brian last night at the celebration of Pete LaMena's life last night that was held here at the track. Wonderful celebration, by the way. And Hune said his daughter graduated from school bought a house, had a baby, all within like 3 months. And so as Brian and Valerie have been supporting their daughter, hasn't had any time to work on the race car.
Yeah.
So on Thursday, they started to prepare Valerie's STL Miata for Brian to race this weekend. So it was really a last minute thing to jump in that car. He's doing real well. He hasn't had a lot of seat time in the Miata. He raced.
Well, I think they also have the 122 car. I did see that sitting over there as well. So I think both cars are here.
They may be. Well, the reason why the second car is here, Brian, is, and the 122 car, that's Brian's car.
Yeah.
It's going to go back on the trailer with Chris Child to get repairs down at Chris Child's shop, the Angry Sheep Motorsports shop out near Winchester, Virginia.
He's out in Purcellville. He is in Winchester. He lives in Purcellville.
Correct.
Yeah, Chris and I are somewhat neighbors.
Yes.
I saw him on Thursday, and I said, I found Waldo early in the weekend, so I'm good.
You're good to go.
That was good. Makes the weekend.
Oh, big off for somebody coming out of turn 1. And I'm sure we'll hear about that in just a moment from one of our corner workers.
Better to say it was one of these 3 cars because
or judging by the amount of dirt, I think it might have been all 3 of them, Brian.
Because Laumeister there, a little bit further back, and that's when we saw him going over there. So I'm sure it was one of those 3 cars. No call coming in yet, so it could be just a product of, you know what? Let's. It's not a big deal anymore.
Yeah, exactly. No sense in calling, because almost every driver seems to be doing it at this point.
Especially if you're in a Miata.
Yeah, so that is the battle for second right now in STL. Greg Bogart in the yellow 23, Steve Ficacci in the red and gray, number 51. Jeremy Butts, the third car in that line. He's your Touring 4 leader. If we follow this next pack through, Spencer, if we can stay here for a moment. This is now the battle just off the podium for 4th in STL between Kurt Laumeister and Bob Cahall. Bob Cahall running slightly quicker, Brian, but only by a couple hundredths of a second there than Kurt Laumeister. So, I mean, he's reeling Laumeister in very, very, very slowly but surely there, and I think it's all just a byproduct of the draft.
Yep.
Great run so far by Lars Gerhard, who was actually just following these 2. Stay here for 1 second, Spencer. Gerhard here all by himself. He is currently running second in Touring 4 to Jeremy Butts. And Gerhard's found a lot of time, Brian. He's in that Phoenix Performance Touring 4 Toyota 86. He started tail end, other than James Nurr, he started almost tail end Charlie. Started 24th out of 25 cars, and that was based on his qualifying times over the course of the weekend. Car just not running well yesterday. He's now up to 7th overall, and he is lapping down in the low 118s. I mean, he's lapping faster than Jeremy Butts ahead.
Right. A little bit further ahead, you were talking about Robert Cahall had that tire, that left rear tire slip out there on turn number 5, so he got out into the dirt. Was able to keep it going, but he's lost all that position there to Laumeister. So, I can't even talk anymore.
Laumeister.
From Kurt Laumeister. Lars Gerhard setting the fastest lap of the race, Greg. So he is making some moves.
I told you, he's carrying great pace. The problem for him right now is, again, he had to start from the very back of the pack, and he has now almost 8 seconds, actually closer to 10 seconds, between he and Jeremy Butts ahead. All right, so he's got a long way to fight ahead. I'd like to, let's see here, if we can, Spencer, let's try to pick out, and this is actually right where I wanted to go to. I wanted to pick up, no, that isn't right where I wanted to go to. It's funny, the Mazda 2s and the Yaris's, they all look alike. I wanted to try and track down Carol Bear Broering in the white number 5 Toyota Yaris. As she was talking, and she should be coming up, I think, in the next. There she is. Good. Good to go. She talked yesterday about her big goal for today was to get around and to beat Michael McQueen in that H production MG midget. She jumped out to that early lead. We would say that that Yaris is a bit of a torque monster when it comes to H production. Much bigger, much more displacement than I think the 998 motor that's sitting in the MG. But the one thing that she's noted is that the MG in the tighter sections, like that 3-4 complex, much faster than she is. But good to see her jump out to that early lead. Right behind her, David Colby in the F production Honda CRX. Yep. And I was talking a little bit more with Carolyn and Tom last night about the lineage of that Toyota Yaris. Of course, they just purchased it from Amber Stevenson, who ran it very successfully regionally for the most part for the last 2 years. I keep talking about the great race that she and Rick Benazik had at the 2023 Watkins Glen Super Tour, where she took the win over Rick Benazik. But this car, apparently, I keep saying that it is a 2-time championship winning car. Apparently, that is not 100% accurate. The car was purchased by Amber Stevenson from Jason Isley, who has won 2 national championships in H production in a Toyota Yaris. This has the drivetrain from that car, okay. But the chassis that he won the championships in was crushed long ago because it was provided by Toyota, did not have the VIN number associated with it. This was actually a car that before Jason moved his family from California to Florida, was taking him to work every day. And it got a cage, and it got a championship-winning suspension and drivetrain. And the interesting thing here about this is, as Tom and Carolyn were talking about the lineage, Jason Isley, who had lived out on the West Coast in southern Florida, had been racing at places like Willow Springs and Buttonwillow, a lot of racetracks they don't have a lot of elevation change. They're somewhat flat. They've got big sweeping corners. And in doing so, apparently the car doesn't handle curbs very well. All right, and so the car doesn't handle curbs very well, Brian. And so they've been trying to get this car obviously dialed in. They're very concerned about when Tom takes it up to race at the Watkins Glen Super Tour, when he goes over the curbs at the bus stop at Watkins Glen, that he's going to get launched into the stratosphere with it.
Well, one of the things that you were just talking about her, and Michael McQueen had I believe that is David Colby in between her and Carolyn. Well, he has now moved out of the way, let Michael McQueen get up and get past him. So you're going to see it right here coming across the start-finish line. Now, Carolyn may not be able to see him. Right. Well, because she only can see the Honda.
Well, maybe when he's like 20 feet back, this is where she won't be able to see him, is when he tries to come underneath her at a corner. She probably had a pretty good view of him when he was like 3 car lengths back. But again, this is where the section of the track where that MG is very strong, very light, very nimble, and we see he picks up maybe 3/4 of a car length through that section. But then here, as they crest over the top of the hill, this is where you'll see the top speed on the Toyota really come to the fore. And the Toyota has pretty decent brakes underneath it. The midget is a couple 100 pounds lighter than the Toyota. But this is the second time we see where McQueen has gone very deep under the brakes. He's missed the apex by a country mile. And he seems to be his own worst enemy in that particular corner.
Yep, nope, absolutely. Just noticing that when he went through there, I was getting ready to add on to what you were talking about. Is this is a spot where if Michael hits the apex right there, he should be able to get right up on, I will say tuck up underneath there and then do it, as they're going to go 3 wide from the Scirocco. McQueen tries to go all the way over driver's right. Carolyn kind of moves back over in the front.
All right, and as they come through with a bit of a disadvantage there for McQueen, but McQueen again late braking in the one, and I think it's less late braking, Brian, than less braking.
Yeah,
going into
he
one.
may not be really getting on the brake hardly at all.
Yeah,
just a quick early stab at the brake to set the car, and again, she obviously did not see he was there.
No, she
went took
to the
direct
curbing.
line. Yeah, she went all the way where she needed to go, and so.
And the good thing that midget is about a quarter of a car wide. So Michael McQueen now moving to the lead in H production, and Brian, we ought to take a look because I want to see. Oh no, because I keep seeing Jack Bana on our ticker here on the side of the screen. I just verified he is not set a lap. He is not completed a lap.
Yeah.
All right, so quickly here, as we've got 10 laps remaining. Let me reset the field a little bit, and then we'll make actually, we won't make a call. This is our last group before lunch. You don't have to call anybody. In Touring 4, it is Jeremy Butts over Lars Gerhard by 8.5 seconds. Jennifer Romes running in third. Again, Gerhard started at the very back of the pack here. In ITA, it's Joel Gambino now with 5 seconds over Kyle Colby. I think Colby's car still suffering the effects of yesterday's coming together with the Freeman machine. Bob Rapley running third with Carl Hinman and the Scirocco running in fourth. In F production, it's Tom Burge, then David Colby. In STL, now Ted Cahall. As we see Cahall cross the line, and it's going to be a while before we see Steve Ficacci, who got back around Bogart. Here they come now to the line. Let's check the gap. It is now 12 seconds between Ted Cahall and Steve Ficacci. Ficacci just running his best lap, his fastest lap of the race. The only problem is it's about 1.3 seconds off of what Cahall's been running. Greg Bogart, third in STL. Kurt Laumeister, Bob Cahall, rounding out the top 5 in class. In B-Spec, it is Robert Ahern over James Nurr. Joseph Plunkett did not bring the Mini Cooper out today, and so Ahern, who started today's race in 18th position, there with Nurr, who started in 24th. So that's a long way to go for a Mazda 2 to make up. And in H production, Michael McQueen, your current leader, over Carolyn Broering. All right.
Well, I think looking here, that is that's Nurr right there.
Right.
In the next shot you're going to see here, coming up through here, that would have been Robert Ahern. So Ahern's getting ready to put a lap on James Nurr. So again, there goes Nurr there. And just a little bit further back from here, that's where Robert Ahern's going to.
Dude, you'll have to trust it. There he is. There he was coming into the shot. It's B-Spec. You'll have to trust us.
Yep.
All right.
Well, we got 8 laps to go. Them quarters are starting to run out in that Mazda 2. So both of them actually, both of them are losing quarters. Time is running down on them.
All right, and a good run we're seeing so far from our sole spec Boxster runner here. That is Michael Thompson. He's just been put a lap down by Ted Cahall. The Boxster running 16th overall. When I got to Carolyn and Tom yesterday, apparently, Tom's hands had black dirt and soot all over them, and we've had this running joke that since they picked up the Sierras, Tom's hands should be shiny and clean because he doesn't have to actually work on he's not underneath pulling transmissions and doing lots of work like he's had to do on his H production Triumph Spitfire or Carolyn's H production Volkswagen Rabbit. Yet Tom's hands completely blackened, and that's because sitting right beside him, probably the best thing it could have been, was a can of Goo Gone, as he was actually scrubbing, trying to get the tire marks from the spec Boxster off of the side of the car on the start yesterday. Carolyn Bear Broering and Michael Thompson had a little coming together as one of the drivers ahead, and I think it was actually Tom Burge in the F production Miata, and I think we saw this on camera where he had checked up coming out of one. Carolyn checked up, and then the Boxster and she got together, and so tire boogers on her car, tire boogers on his, and apparently Tom went and cleaned the Boxster as well.
Oh,
so you got a lot of practice. Did we just see I think we just saw there was a blue flag over at turn 6.
Well, there was a call coming in.
Yeah, I think, it's to let the Scirocco driver know that he's got our Brian, that is interesting because that's the battle for the overall lead
in STL, yes.
Yeah, so Ficacci and Bogart have erased a 3-second advantage that Ted Cahill had. It's the Scirocco goes around, and I don't know if there was contact between, apparently no contact between the Scirocco and Ted Cahill, who was the outside car of all the STL
that was
cars.
a Scirocco trying to get completely out of the way of that battle. Smart move, but just got too far out there.
All right, so your new leader in STL now, Brian, it is Steve Ficacci. Greg Bogart running second. Butts, who's your T4 leader, is now third, and Ted Cahill, who got caught up behind the Scirocco, now a distant 4th position. And
I think Cahill's got a problem.
Cahill's showing a lot of, not dirt, but white oil smoke coming out of the back of that Mazda Miata. And it looks like Cahill's car, that engine may be about ready to let go. I think the next question is whether or not we're going to be going to a full course caution, Brian, because it sounds like the Scirocco may still be partially on the track surface going into the light bulb. And if you can't get that moved, that may bring up, there he is, and he's still on the surface. And so we'll see. If he can't get that car moved, that may bring out a full course caution. But Steve Ficacci, and there you go, full course caution here at Lightning as Steve Ficacci leads the field by, so Ficacci, Bogart, Butts, who you see on our ticker with the blue number board beside him, he is your leader in Touring 4. Ted Cahill running third in STL now, and we'll see if Ted Cahill brings that car onto the pit lane. If I were a betting man, I'd say he doesn't, Brian.
Not right now, not when the full course caution has come out. Right, you're in a full course caution. Obviously, the safety car will pick him up. Probably not this time, right? It didn't get out there in time.
I would think that Ted Cahill would bring his car into the pit lane in order to keep the motor from expiring on track.
Yeah.
I
agree with you. But,
you know what I'm thinking about on track awareness and situational awareness. I guess probably the 2 key words. Joel Gambino, your leader in ITA, and again with this full course caution, that is going to definitely close things up. Carolyn Bear Broring did manage to get back around Michael McQueen, so put her back to the lead in H production as we have just 5 laps remaining. And there you go, Brian.
It is now expired.
There is your situational awareness that I was telling you about as he now pulls that track. And as we can see, Brian, there's fire underneath the car as well. Actually, good move for him. He pulls over to the corner station, gets out of the grass, Brian, and pulls into the dirt area there. At least I hope he's still in the dirt. And we are going to be red flagging the session here, Brian. And that red flag means that all of our racers should come to a safe, controlled stop on the surface. It is different from an FIA red flag, which tells cars to go back to the pits. But they want all of the cars to come to a complete stop so that we can go and deploy the safety equipment. And I think now suddenly the Cahill car is the priority over that Scirocco that is on course.
Absolutely, yeah.
All right, and so the safety car who had picked up the field, Brian, has to adhere to that red flag as well.
Yeah, you got to stop there. And our 01 Hudson Williams, that's the first car that the pace car picked up. So Hudson getting a good look at that.
Well, good on Hudson. Coming out of driver's school in the spring, we run a lot of red flag drills. Thankfully, didn't do the Days of Thunder thing and hit the pace car. You hit everything else this week. Actually, Hudson hasn't hit anything else this weekend.
No, he has been hit, but he has not hit anything.
But now we also know the white Chevy Corvette provided by Ciocca Corvette. that's part of the emergency service. We'll call it the early response team, Brian, because he's got more speed than the wrecker that's following him through. Yeah. As it appears that K-Hall is out of the car, and the team's responding. And no, Brian, I thought that perhaps K-Hall would stop on that dirt patch since the car was on fire. No, he brought it to the grass.
Yeah. Well, I think he was thinking maybe he could get over there to, get all the way around, and then, knows the cutout is there, was going to probably try to cut all the way across the racetrack right there on that grass and try to get around the trees and then come back down the pit lane. But then once that thing started to, talking to, Big John the other night, at dinner.
John McCauley,
they've got 6 other motors, so
just
they're good to go, right?
All lined up, ready to go. John McCauley, crew chief for Ted and Bob K-Hall. All right, so looks as though we have the cavalry. Brian has arrived.
Yep.
And our early response Corvette, he has come now to a complete stop as well. There as they are attending to the 182 machine. And Brian, when I was alluding to the fact that perhaps K-Hall should have brought that car down the pit lane,
I think he thinks the same thing right now.
I'll bet you he's in agreement now. And look, for a while the smoke wasn't that.
It wasn't that bad.
It wasn't that bad, and it wasn't that heavy. But it was clear enough from our cameras that we thought that perhaps they could have saved the car. Now we are going now, Brian, to a black flag all, which is what typically will follow a red flag. Absolutely. That is going to bring all of our racers now down have them return to the pit lane. So the black flag here in SCCA road racing is the equivalent of an FIA red flag. It has all of the racers return to the pit lane. Now, I should mention that under the red flag, it's up to the steward's discretion as to whether or not the clock stops or not. The clock has continued to run under the red flag conditions, and so we have about 12 minutes on the clock. I think probably the biggest question is, once K-Hall's motor let go, how much oil is on the track surface here going into turn 7?
Yeah, and you can see the workers there. They're kind of working their way back.
They're looking right now.
Yeah, they're going to work their way back. So.
And given how much white smoke there was, that when the motor let go, and the fact that there was fire underneath, there's probably a good amount of oil underneath as they do the little shuffle there. So there may be some extended cleanup. We'll wait to hear from race control if they're going to display the checkered flag and maybe end this race.
Yeah, we're going to... Yep, so there's the 18 there.
That's Bob Rapley in the ITA Nissan that is off track.
Yeah, that car, and Ted K-Hall was going by him at the time of the expiration of that motor. Even though we were under double yellow, and I think it's because he realized I've got to get out of here.
Yeah.
Because if not, it could get worse.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Rapley pulled the car into the grass under red flag. We actually want the racers to stay on the track surface for a couple of reasons. One, so they don't light the grass on fire.
Correct.
And two, it's easier to pull them out if they can't get the car started up again. But it looks like Bob Rapley was able to get that car refired, and he's continued on his way. Now we're getting word that that car has stopped once again. So as the cars head onto the pit lane, Brian, we did not see the checkered flag display.
So, you still got to get that 4 machine. It looks like Rapley in that 18 is going to continue again. Not sure what they're going to do here with 10 minutes left to go, and you still have...
there we go, Brian. There's the answer. We're going to see the starter switch from the black flag to the checkered flag. He's got way too many flags, Brian.
Yeah, that's a good. That's one of the reasons why we have two people up there.
Exactly.
So, you got four hands to the minimum you would be able to wave would be two flags in each hand.
I think what they should be doing is like the driver yesterday that finished on the pit lane is waving to the guys on the on the pit lane.
There they go. There we are.
Let's switch sides. There you go. It's like they're listening to us, Brian. Glad we could help everybody, as that is going to wrap up this session here. And good timing that we've got everything coming down for lunch. So, Brian, let's run down the finishing order as we believe it to be. All right, taking the win, the overall win and winning STL, Steve Ficacci, with Greg Bogart finishing second. Because things roll back to the previous lap, Ted Cahall should still be marked as finishing in third in STL. Kurt Laumeister will finish fourth. Bob Cahall will finish fifth. In Touring 4, Jeremy Butts takes the win. He finishes third overall. Lars Gerhard will finish second. Jennifer Romes will finish in third. In ITA, Joel Gambino takes the win over Kyle Colby. Bob Rapley will finish in third in the number 18 machine, 2 laps down. Carl Hidman, the red Scirocco, will finish in fourth. In F production, Tom Birch will take the win over David Colby. In H production, Carolyn Bear Broering takes the win over Michael McQueen. And then we had a couple solo racers here. We had Michael Thompson in the Spec Boxster. Thompson will finish 16th overall. And then Hudson Williams in his SPU Volvo. Hudson will finish 19th overall. All right, so, Brian, what this means is it is time, well, not only for a lot of cleanup, but it is time for lunch here at the Lightning Circuit. Spencer, if you could throw up the schedule real quick. So what we've got coming up here late for the rest of the afternoon, we've got about an hour's worth of lunch. We're waiting to hear the exact return time. We'll put it in the chat, but we believe we're going to be back right about 1 p.m. Here for our next Mars feature races. We're going to have 3 races after lunch. We're going to have next up, first after lunch. You don't want to miss this. It's going to be SSM, and if it's anything like yesterday's SSM race, it's going to be a barn burner with our big bore racers rounding out our Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series races, and then to finish the day up, our third and final bracket race of the weekend. So make sure to stay with us. You're watching the 2025 Lightning Challenge here from New Jersey Motorsports Park, presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA and Ciocca Corvette, Brian, of Atlantic City. We'll see you in just a bit.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession. Along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at SCCA.com.
Attention in the paddock, first call to the grid for Welcome back from lunch, everybody, and welcome to New Jersey Motorsports Park. It is the 2025 Lightning Challenge presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA and Ciocca Corvette of Atlantic City, with the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, with the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship and the United States Touring Car Championship. I'm Greg Ginsburg.
With
Brian Donati, thank you, and with Spencer Gaynor here as well.
We had that plan, by the way. We were looking behind.
I figured you were planning something behind my back. Can't trust a one of you. All right, next up, Brian, and on their pace lap right now, it is SSM for 1.6 liter first-gen Mazda Miatas, and I'm hoping to see something like we saw yesterday. It was a great three-car battle at the very end. All right, let's run down the starting order. On the pole today, based on his times from yesterday's sprint race, Jordy Fuhrman driving the number 8 car. He is your pole sitter. He's going to start alongside his good buddy. That is Jamison Huffman in the white number 89 machine. Then we've got Richard Spicer, I believe two-time Spec Racer Ford national champion, worked up from 5th yesterday, up into 3rd, and I think with another couple laps, he might have actually gotten around Jamison Huffman for 2nd. Callan Crocker is going to start right next to him in the number 123 car on the outside of row number 2. David Fierstein's driving the number 808 machine. He's going to start 5th with John Hotz on brand new tires. John Hotz in the white 63 machine will start 6th. Isaac Jordan will start 7th in the 46 machine, with Kevin Gaiman in the 113 car starting 8th. Starting 9th today on the field, Russ Maloney in the number 65, with Jay Bindrum, who we're going to refer to as Fireball today. And we'll talk a little bit more about that as the race goes on. He's going to start 10th. James Roberts will start 11th in the 6th car, with Stephen Bindrum in the 07 machine starting 12th. And rounding out the 13-car field, lucky number 24, Ken Siegel, there making up our sole racer in row number 7. Pace car now bringing the field onto the front straight, makes the dive to the pit lane. Starter looking over the field. Green flag is in the air. Jordy Fuhrman chooses to start from the outside of the front row, with Jamison Huffman to the inside, and Huffman's a nose up as they go into turn 1, and he's going to take the lead as they head down to turn 2. Richard Spicer losing a position to Callan Crocker. Callan Crocker now moves up in the 3rd position, moves Spicer in the white machine.
He's
now back
machine. He's further back, Craig.
Yeah, he dropped really a number of positions. Yeah, you're right. He ended up dropping behind Callan Crocker, David Fierstein, and John Hotz as well. So he drops back in the 6th position as they come down the hill.
Yeah, I tell you what, Spicer did not get the run that he wanted, and Jordan Fuhrman didn't have anybody to go with him in turn 1 to give him that extra push, as we've seen earlier today in the SM class. So he kind of had to let Jamison Huffman go in there. Caleb Crocker pulled up in behind Jordy Fuhrman. Oof. That's your top 3.
All right, and the 2 yellow machines, I think, is that
James Roberts.
James Roberts. Yeah, as they were side by side going down into 7. Roberts going, there's a lot of oil dry here on in the brake zone. Why don't they have a debris flag? Well, the reason is because they showed it during your pace lap, sir.
Correct.
All right, you had a pace lap. You knew it was there. Good move, though, to pick up a position as our racers now come onto the front straight to complete their very first lap here of this feature race. Again, this is, Brian, let me not get this wrong, this is a 22-lap or 40-minute race, whichever comes first. That's why our ticker says there are 21 laps remaining.
Tell you what, Spicer getting around Kevin Gaiman in that 113 machine. Russ Maloney putting 2 wheels off there in turn 1 up on top of the hill. Greg, we saw this yesterday with Spicer. He had to start a little bit further back because during qualifying, he didn't go out because they had the rear hub problem.
Right.
Had to change it right there on pit road while he was in the car during qualifying. So they were able to get that done. Came out, only got half of it. Worked his way all the way up into that 3rd position, starting position because of time during that race.
Yeah,
but not getting the start that he wanted.
Yeah, I was going to say, and so yesterday he did start from the back of the pack, worked his way all the way up to 3rd. He was, without a doubt, well, until it really mattered, when Jordy Fuhrman set the pole time for today's race. Spicer was, for most of the race, the fastest driver out there. The issue was, of course, that he started much further back in the pack. And with that pretty disastrous start today, he's got the exact same issue that he's going to work through. Because after we have 2 laps in the books, now, well, he finished the first lap in 7th position. Our top 4 go by, and now Spicer does move up 2 positions. He gets around both Kevin Gaiman and Isaac Jordan, so he now runs 5th, leading this second pack, and he's got a pretty good distance to go to get up to the lead pack. Here, want to welcome a couple folks to the chat. Jordy's mama is here in the chat. It's H. Furman. Do we call her H. Fu? I don't know how we make that work. She's here. We got Eileen Hansa in the chat. I think that might be Jordy's girlfriend. And then, hey, the Pacific Kelp Company is back, Brian. Because if there's something that we've missed over the last 24 hours or so, it's kelp.
Yep, that's it. As we see here, Spicer got around Jordan. He's got to keep those leaders in sight. Hot's working with Caleb Crocker right now. And then for Furman and Huffman, again, we've seen this. Those 2 drivers, in the last several races we've been involved with, Greg, those 2 have really worked
well together
in this class. So, again, you can't let them get too far away. If you're Richard Spicer, and you can see Spicer now is really pulled away from that other
and yesterday, without the benefit of a draft for a good portion, he was that bridge car for a long while. He did manage to work himself up all by himself to that lead pack. Now currently at 4 cars. Yesterday it was at 3 cars, and we'll see if he can repeat that trait yesterday. Now, the one advantage that he has, Brian, even with that pretty disastrous start, is this race 7 laps, 14 miles longer than yesterday's race, and so he's got some time to work. The challenge is obviously making sure he doesn't run the tires off trying to get up there. But so far, I mean, he's doing a good job of closing the gap down. Albeit David Feuerstein was your fastest driver the last time by. Feuerstein, who is running in 8th position. Actually lapping at about 0.3 of a second faster than your leaders.
Yeah, move John Hotz now up into 3rd. Again, you said it right after during the rundown. John Hotz is on new tires, so he is going to have a little bit of an advantage as this race goes on, unless somebody else in that top 3 or 4 put tires on too. I don't believe they did.
Right.
So again, as we start to get to lap 17, lap 18, look for John to kind of start making his moves even more because he's going to have those newer tires. They come down into turn 1 now. You got Jamison Huffman by about a car length and a half over Jordy Furman, then John Hotz, then about a little bit further back to Crocker, and then Spicer. Crocker and Spicer, they're kind of out of the same little stable right there, kind of parked next to each other with the Maloney Motorsports. I just gave them a new name, I think.
Yes, I think you did. It's better than the Maloney Bar and Grill Motorsports, which is how I would I would have called it.
Yeah,
but
right.
All right, so as our leaders now working down to turn 5, should mention you talked about the new tires that John Hotz put on the car. All of our SSM racers, they can run one of 2 different tires. They can race the Toyo RA1, which is a compound that's been around since the late 90s and early 2000s. I raced on Toyo RA1s back in 2002, 2003. Or the Toyo Proxys R888s are available to these drivers as well. And I believe that the majority of our racers have moved over to those tires. Big difference is the newer compound tires, they are a molded tire. You don't have to shave them down to different tread depths. Whereas the RA1, in order to exact the most speed out of them, you had to be able to shave them down from 8/32 of an inch tread depth when they came off the factory floor down to like 2/32. Now, as Jordy Furman getting a push, and a big push from John Hotz, who just ran the fastest lap of the race. Hotz pushes Furman to the lead. Hotz follows him through, Brian. So that's going to push now Jamison Huffman back into 3rd position behind the 63 machine. And all the while, Kalen Crocker starting to not only fall off the back of the pack, back of the top 3, But that's actually helping Richard Spicer act as a bridge. And I suspect that we're going to try to see, I bet you Spicer is going to try to make very quick work of Callan Crocker and continue his march to the front.
Or he may just try to sit in there behind him and push him, right? I mean, Callan's got a pretty strong car himself. So, they need that help, especially in this class, to catch back up to those front three, because I foresee John really trying to push the issue with these two young drivers. Again, the wily veteran, experienced wily veteran that John is. Look for him to try to get out in front of these two and try to lead.
Yeah, and in talking to Jordan Fuhrman last night after the first race, he actually has perhaps Richard Spicer has a bigger spot in the back of Jordan Fuhrman's head than he should at this point. Fuhrman was very concerned about Spicer making a quick start and challenging for the lead. And Fuhrman was afraid that if Spicer was able to get ahead, especially early on, there would be little that he or Jamison Huffman could do. But again, a big advantage here. Spicer now has gotten around Callan Crocker, coming out of turn 2, gets around him. Our top 3 drivers, they've got some opportunities to hold Spicer back behind them.
Yeah, and Richard didn't get the start that he wanted, right? Started up in third, just didn't go anywhere. So again, this is
it could very well be that he started in third gear and everybody else started in second, which is or if he started in second. I mean, one of the difficult gear shifts with these early Mazda transmissions is the 2-3 shift, and it could be he went 2 to 4. And saw everybody drive right on by him. Here, as our leaders come across the line, Fuhrman resets his personal best at a 119.21. Huffman slightly faster at a 119 flat. John Hotz at a 119.1, and Spicer at a 119.6 that time by. So Spicer actually lost a little bit of ground to our leaders, but I think part of that is that he was getting around Callan Crocker early on in that lap, and Crocker now locking onto the tail of the 15 machine.
Yeah, that 15 machine there, it's pretty loose, and again, this is really where you want to, it's okay to have a little bit. That may be a little bit looser than what Richard really wants it to be, kind of going through there. So probably not ideal for him right now as he gets his right rear there, kind of in the dirt, coming out of turn number 7.
All right, so Brian, when we were running down the starting order, I talked about Jay Bindrum in the light blue number 88 machine. Should be coming into our view here in just about an hour. And so I said we're going to start calling that car Fireball, or maybe calling him Fireball. He actually has a nickname, and Bindrum actually calls the car the Hellion. There's Jay Bindrum right now. And so the reason why we're calling it the Fireball, I was talking to Dave Hoffman, ITA driver, steward, this weekend working as a corner marshal, as a flag marshal. And he was over at Station 7 yesterday, and he said that both in qualifying and during the sprint race yesterday, every single lap that Jay Bindrum came into turn number 7, which is probably the heaviest braking corner on the course for most cars, there would be the briefest of fireballs that would shoot out of his left front wheel. All right, and big changes here up at the front of the pack, Brian. We have a new race. Do we have a new race leader? Was that?
Well, he passed him before they got to turn 1 last time by.
Yeah. So we'll go on with the story here. But John Hotz, your new leader, Jordy Fuhrman now dropping in the second, and again now with Jamison Huffman sitting in third. So there would be this brief fireball which would shoot out of the left front wheel. Dave Hoffman assumed that this would be coming out of the right front wheel as well. And he actually went up to Jay Bindrum after yesterday's race, tracked him down in the paddock, said, "Hey, I don't know if you know this, but you got fireballs coming out of the side of your car." And he goes, Oh yeah, it's the new brake pads, which are not provided by G-Lock Brakes, our contingency sponsor for SSM. By the way, he goes, yeah, it should happen when you bed in the pads. And Dave told him, well, no, it happened for 8 laps during your qualifying, and it happened for 15 laps during your race.
You're betting them in wrong.
Yes, exactly. There's more metallic content in those brake pads. I go, okay. And I said the same thing to Dave when he first talked about the fireballs, and you said it to me. He goes, oh, it sounds like he's got like a brake fluid leak. And the brake fluid, which is flammable, right, was catching on fire. But as opposed to big fireballs coming out of Miatas in our last run group, those we can't see going into turn 7. As we jump back to our leaders here, John Hotz starting to gap Fuhrman and Huffman just a little bit.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's a product of and again, Huffman and Fuhrman, they're going to hang in there together, right? They're going to work together. They know that they have to work together in order to get by John Hotz. Both of those cars, 2 cars here, are faster than one. Fuhrman right on the back bumper there as they head down past the start-finish line up into turn 1, right on the back bumper of John Hotz. But then you've also got, Jameson Huffman a little bit further back. Richard Spicer up by about a car length there over Caleb Crocker. So those two still hanging in there.
Yeah, and they actually swapped positions again, Brian. Callan Crocker led the last lap, and then Spicer got back around. And they are, with those changes of position, they're losing time to the top 3 ahead as we now have 12 laps remaining. We're currently working lap number 11.
Yeah. Again, the real thing here is going to be is after we get to lap 15, from 15 and beyond, I think that's where we're going to see one of 2 things. One, Jordy Fuhrman and Huffman may slip back a little bit from Hotz again if they're not on newer tires, although Jordy Fuhrman asked yesterday if people were going to put on new tires, so I'm sure he probably has a set with him.
All right, if we stay here on this shot just a moment here, if we can, Spencer, a couple changes here in that second pack. We had Isaac Jordan make a pass on David Fierstein. Actually, Fierstein making a pass on Isaac Jordan, pardon me. Now to move up into 6th position. So move Jordan now back in the 7th. Kevin Gaiman tried to come underneath Jordan as well, was not able to get that pass done. He's going to tuck in underneath the rear bumper as they go up into turn 1, as we've got the pack just ahead. The driver running very wide through the dirt, and I believe that was Richard Spicer, who now finds Callan Crocker back in 4th position. So maybe Spicer, as he's now trying to exact every last 10th or maybe 100th out of that car, starting to find the limits of what an SSM machine on Toyos can do.
Yeah. I think that car just in certain spots is just not to his liking. I think probably made some changes overnight, thinking those changes will work this afternoon, but that car just looks a little unstable through there, especially over top of the hill coming out of turn number 1 and then down through 2 and 3. Just doesn't seem like it did yesterday. Again, 11 laps to go. And Greg, there's that battle you were talking about with David Fierstein. Again, David made some mistakes yesterday too. Was kind of up in there and then dropped back based off those mistakes. So far, hasn't made those mistakes right now, trying to have a good, clean race.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 6. Big bore racers, please head to the grid. Race group number 6. Big bore is your first call to the grid. All right, as we jump back to our leaders now, as they come and crest over the hill, turn 5, and start to run down. Fuhrman and Huffman, they have been able to chase John Hotz back down, Brian.
Yeah.
And, I think all of that has to do with the draft here, as they now come down into turn 7. And I think we're going to have to see at what point do those drivers trust the oil dry that's sitting there center of track to try to take a pass going down in turn 7, pass on John Hotz.
Well, the oil dry there really does kind of help them with their line, because they know they got to stay to the right of it.
Yeah.
And delay till the end and then hit the center of the apex. You can tell where they've been and where they haven't been right there. Again, this is where Hotz pulls away a little bit, really from turn 7 off through the light bulb and then all the way down. And then you get the two together, and that's when they draft right back up. They are going to be coming up on the Steve Bindrum machine in that 07 here, probably within the next lap or by the time we get to the light bulb. He's just ahead of them, so they're going to have to play and get around that car. There's Steve Bindrum right there in the green 07. Here comes John Hotz, Fuhrman, and Huffman right now.
Yeah, and I mean, once they clear Bindrum, Ken Siegel in the green number 24, he's not that much further ahead. They're going to have to contend with that car as well. They might be, and I'm sorry, Bindrum's in, Siegel's in the yellow 24, pardon me.
Yep.
They likely aren't going to get to the Bindrum car maybe until they come onto the front straight.
Yeah, well, that would be nice if that's where they come up, right? I mean, so, especially coming out of the light bulb there until you get on the front stretch, using the draft, all three of them to draft by, to not impede their lines going through here. And you know what, Greg? Looking at this right here with the speed that Bindrum has going through that, they may not catch him until they get entrance into turn one. That could be very, very interesting right there.
Well, let's see here as they crest over the top of the hill and start to head through. And our starter showing the blue flag now.
Steve getting way off driver's right.
Yeah,
kind of a good move. He kind of knew that they would be right on top of him after they got to the top of the hill. So not a bad move right there.
There you go. So he pulls all the way over, drags the brakes a little bit so that all three cars can make it into turn 1. And again, next car in line, that is the 24 of Siegel.
Well, look right here, Greg. You see how spaced out they are right now. They probably had no idea that Steve was going to pull over to driver's right to get completely out of their way. They were all, I'm sure, in their helmets figuring out the game plan of how am I going to get by him in this tough spot, because John's probably going to get him on the top of the hill. How are we going to get him before? They were not prepared for that car to move over, so they probably let out of it a little bit.
Let out of the throttle, giving a little bit of an advantage to John Hotz.
Correct.
But we've seen already once today where the draft cures those ills, Brian, and they were able to come, and both Fuhrman and Huffman were able to draft right back up to John Hotz. Now the question is, do we see a repeat this time by here on the front straight? I think that Siegel's far. He's far enough ahead. He'd really have to pull over and stand on the binders. I think they are going to show the blue flag, let them know that the faster traffic is coming through. But Ken Siegel, who just ran his fastest lap of the race, Brian, is going to lead the pack here into turn 1, and this is where it's going to get a little hairy because they're going to come up the hill into 3, and it appears that Hotz is going to be able to clear the green machine, or the yellow machine, pardon me, but Fuhrman and Huffman are going to have to follow him through, and that is just deadly for the number 8 and for the 89 as they finally get by Ken Siegel, cresting over the top of turn 5. All the while, it's given John Hotz now about 12 car lengths.
And now you've got Huffman going to try to go to the outside there, driver's left of Jordy Fuhrman. That's only going to allow them to go, and Huffman had to get hard on the brakes in that stage dry right there, and that pushes Fuhrman out as well. That gives John even more of a lead by having that.
Yeah, and all the while, Callan Crocker and Richard Spicer nowhere near close enough to take advantage of those miscues now as they sit 4th and 5th just now coming into they would have come into our frame, but there they are, and sitting somewhere close to about 10 seconds in arrears, maybe a little bit more than that.
Yeah, going to be a little bit difficult now to get those three back together as they've kind of opened that up.
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group 6. Please head to the grid. Race group 6. Show your national. Race group 6. Just come to the grid. Thank you.
I was just trying to figure out how many times you were going to hit it.
I
hitting it
back and forth. We had like a little ping pong. Well, Brian, we talked about the ping pong table that we have set up here in the break room.
Yeah.
And just knocked them off a couple hundred times. So yeah, sorry about that, everybody. Maybe I should have played "O Canada" instead.
Yeah, it's the new tone to come to the grid.
Sorry.
The start of the national anthem, then the tone. Start of the national anthem, then the tone.
Tones, exactly.
Right. Yeah, and Greg, this could be, I think, again, 6 laps left to go. It's going to be very, very hard for second and third place to really run John Hotz down. I mean, it's almost 4 seconds now between. And again, that was the product of not being able to clear Steven Segal in that 24 machine as one part of it. The second
or
part
Ken
of it,
Segal.
Ken Segal.
Because Steven Segal, I mean, he was doing karate moves. And
yeah, he was trying to get out of there, right?
That's right.
Again, not being able to get by Ken in the 24 machine, I clearly think that, the new tires that Hotz has on, that is also really starting to show up here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because, again, we're really past, the 15-lap race that we did yesterday. Now we're getting down, again, this time there'll be 4 laps left to go. I think John's car's, with those tires, right? Those Toyota, I think it's just now coming in. The last 3 or 4 laps is just now coming into, coming into where it needs to be.
And if they're not just coming in, they're going away much more slowly than the much older tires.
Yeah, I don't think they're going away at all. I think they're just now getting to the part. As you can see, Jordy Fuhrman now trying to get around James Roberts. Again, capturing that in the light bulb right there, side by side. That's going to slow him up even more. And now Jamison Huffman, he's got to get going. He's got to try to make it to see whether or not he can catch up to John Hotz. Again, Fuhrman and Roberts were side by side through the light bulb. And Huffman went driver's left and went around kind of both of them as soon as they cleared James Roberts. So now moved Jamison Huffman up into second place over Jordan Fuhrman.
All right, so Jim Roberts, who they just got by, 15th year racing, Brian, and spent many years racing One Lap of America, which just wrapped up a couple weeks ago, put on by originally Car and Driver Magazine, also Tire Rack as well, and has been racing pretty religiously here in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. Good running for him today. He's currently running 11th in this field.
Yeah.
Said he was they were second fastest in 2024 in 1 lap, Brian, running a Tesla Plaid. Ooh. So a big difference, I think, putting out somewhere close to the equivalent of about 900 horsepower in that Tesla versus not 900 horsepower.
Is that
actually between, I think, 105 and 108 horsepower is what the SSMs get dynoed at.
Is that as opposed to a Tesla Striped instead of a Tesla Plaid?
Yes.
Yeah. Just depends on what pair of shorts you're going to wear that day.
Exactly.
So again, this gap here really has opened up even more, over the last couple of laps. So the battle is really for the last 2 spots. Even if you drop back to Caleb Crocker and Richard Spicer, it's, again, a pretty big gap in between them. I know it's 0.2, 0.3, but as they come up out of turn number 1 right now, Crocker still holding on to that 4th position, but I don't think any of those 2 cars have anything to be able to run down our top 3.
No.
Definitely not going to run down John Hotz unless something catastrophic happens there. But again, Huffman and Fuhrman, that's going to be the battle for who's going to step on the podium taller at the end of this race.
All right, here we go. Kellen Crocker, Richard Spicer. This now the battle for 4th as they come out of the big sweeper going into turn 7. And Spicer, he's been perennially on the rear bumper. And we've got a car runs very wide coming out of turn 7, Brian. And I believe that may be the 46, Isaac Jordan.
We'll find out here. 24, Ken Segal.
Ken Segal. All right, so next time our leaders go by in about 2 miles, Brian, They are going to see the 1 to go board. John Hotz, your leader. He still has 4 seconds on this duo right here. Jamison Huffman leading your pole sitter, Jordy Fuhrman. They are running second and third. There is the gap now, Brian, as they come out of turn 6. And the gap about 20 car lengths separating our leader, John Hotz, from Jamison Huffman and Jordy Fuhrman.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it's just kind of holding on to each other right there as best they can. Again, that's going to be who steps higher up on the podium after this race right now, unless something happens, catastrophic to that 63 car. But that 63 car really looks strong today. And again, putting new tires on there, because he, really, unfortunately, and he was talking about it last night at dinner, he really didn't have anything for the 2 youngsters. No. That's the way it was put to me. I didn't have anything for them, right? I had to do everything I could to try to get around them, and it just didn't seem to happen.
All right, Brian, I'm going to try and press just one button this time. Attention in the paddock, attention the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group 6. Big Bore, please head to the grid. Big Bore Racers, race group number 6. No national anthem involved. This is your final call to the grid.
So there's that battle for second and third right now, and that seems to open up a little bit more. So, Greg, where we saw kind of really tight-knit battle racing here yesterday with all these, you can see what's happened as the laps have gone on in this race with the 7 additional laps that we have. Being able to just drop them off, drop them in the back a little bit. So,
all right, so let's follow John Hotz as he comes into the light bulb for the very last time, now with about 25 car lengths on Jamison Huffman and Jordy Fuhrman. Yesterday's race winner, Jamison Huffman. Today's pole sitter, Jordy Fuhrman. But today's winner is going to be John Hotz from Sparks Glencoe, Maryland. Your winner here at the Lightning Challenge. Jamison Huffman will finish second. Jordy Fuhrman will finish in third. And now with that battle for fourth, they'll be coming up over the hill into our view here in just a moment. There they are. Kalen Crocker tries to break the draft on Richard Spicer, and as they come to the line,
I think
it
Spicer
is going to be
it's Crocker.
Kalen Crocker by 19 one-thousandths of a second over Richard Spicer, and David Feuerstein, seemingly out of nowhere,
back to almost get both of them,
was only 2/10 behind as they spread out. It looked like 3 wide. So Spicer, now actually they've gone, Brian,
and
back. Adjusted it, and I think this is based on visual because the timing line is actually before the start-finish line. We are now showing Richard Spicer as being in 4th position, Kalen Crocker 5th, Feuerstein 6th, Kevin Gaiman, we just saw him come across the line in the 113 car, he'll finish 7th, Isaac Jordan in the 46 car will finish 8th, Russ Maloney from the Maloney Barn Grill Motorsports, is that what we're calling it? Yep. He'll finish 9th, and Fireball Jay Bindrum, he will finish in 10th.
Pacific Kelp says David got up there because he had kelp help.
We all need kelp help. All right, that's going to wrap things up for SSM. Next up, going to be our Big Bore Racers here at the Lightning Circuit. It is the 2025 Lightning Challenge presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA and Ciocca Corvette of Atlantic City. We'll be right back.
does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Welcome back to New Jersey Motorsports Park. It is the Lightning Circuit. It is the 2025 Lightning Challenge presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA and Ciocca Corvette of Atlantic City. Next up, Big Bore, our Touring 2 racers, STU, SPO, United States Touring Car Championship racers, and American Sedan. We're going to have another split start today with our Touring and Super Production and STU cars in the first group, led out by new track record holder in Touring 2, David Sanders. Yep. And then we'll have behind our second pace car, the United States Touring Car Championship racers. Let's take a look here in our first group as we're watching on board. Pole sitter today, the number 73 Touring 2 Chevy Corvette, David Sanders. Joseph Latanzi in the number 99 T2 Corvette will start second. Jeffrey Pascal and Thomas Giante will start on row number 2 in the 63 Corvette and the 55 Corvette. And then Alan Phillips in his Touring 2 Ford Mustang, he will start 5th today right alongside James Wilson in his Porsche GT4 RS Club Sport. That is a T1 car. John Gatzmeyer will start 7th. He's in the Touring 2 Chevy Corvette. Matthew Rook will start on the outside of row number 4 in 8th position in the number 16 STU BMW 325. Gary Mason in his Touring 2 Porsche 996, it's a 911, starting 9th, and Jared Licklider, our American sedan pole sitter, starting in 10th. Joseph Hall, Bob Hayshak will start 11th and 12th. They are your 2 lead cars in SPO. If we take a look at the second pack coming around quickly, Anthony Pacelli in his Subaru Impreza will start on pole, with Patrick Tarouge in his Subaru BRZ starting on the outside of the front row. Then we got Andrew Connor in a BMW 325, that's the number 66 car, starting 3rd. Brandon Lewis in his Ford Fiesta will start 4th in the number 72 machine. Daniel Swark will start 5th in the 37 Nissan 370Z, and then Michael McLaughlin in his A4 station wagon will start 6th. As the first pace car now heads to the pit lane, starter looks over the field led by David Sanders, and green flag is in the air, Brian, and we are racing. Once again, we've got Jeffrey Pascal, who started on the second row, tries to move quickly to the inside to get past David Sanders, not able to beat him up to turn 1. Sanders is going to lead the field down and into turn number 3 as our United States Touring Car Championship racers now take the green flag. We've got the 2 Subarus on the front row. Slotting in behind Pacelli's machine is Patrick Tarouge in his Subaru BRZ, then Andrew Connor in the red BMW, and then we've got Brandon Lewis in that white Ford Fiesta as they come over the top of turn 1 and start to make the run down to that quick switchback at 3rd and 4th. As we go back over to our lead pack, now it is David Sanders opening up about 15 car lengths already on Jeffrey Pascal in the red number 63 Corvette. Then we got Joseph Latanzi. Alan Phillips making a great move there, now moving up at the 4th position with James Wilson and also John Gatzmeyer. They're running 6th and 7th, with the Mustang trying to make a dent here, Brian, as we've got a driver off on the outside of the light bulb, and I believe that was the 300ZX of Joseph Hall, the number 42 SPO machine. Yeah, indeed, and we see Hall gathered it back up, sitting right ahead of one of our American sedan cars. I think Steve Tumalo Jr. In the yellow Ford Mustang directly behind.
Yeah. I tell you what, that is why I believe they call David Sanders the Malvern Missile, because he took off again, in that Corvette, and Pascal did everything he can, as you see him getting ready to come down here through turn number 7, kind of going through that stage right. Look at them hands. Those hands are fighting and trying to get through there, get enough grip. We'll see whether or not that car was able to continue. I do believe it was. Because I'm not seeing that car there.
He was back on course and lost a couple spots, but the Nissan's still up and running.
Yeah, Pascal tried to do everything he could to try to get up with Sanders right on that rear bumper as they went up in that hill in turn 1, and you just know Sanders was not having any part of that.
A great little fight. Now, this is not for position. I think David Sanders has a problem, Brian, that he has brought his car onto the pit lane. And so Jeffrey Pascal in the red, white, and blue number 63 machine now jumps to the lead, with Latanzi moving into 2nd. And then that will move Alan Phillips in the 3rd. Actually, I don't think Sanders retired the car. He's still out there.
I think he got really, really loose, lost it kind of coming through turn number 1. And then fell back. So, Pasquale, now he's got to work his way back. Or he knew he had the in-car camera and said, you know what? Yeah. I know I can pass these guys again.
He's waved and said hello to us multiple times this weekend, Brian, and that could very well be it. All right, so that's Joseph Latanzi, who just did run the fastest lap on the last lap, on lap number 2. We're not currently working lap number 3 as they enter the light bulb here. We'll see how they go about this. And we see where Sanders takes a much higher line going into that corner. Again, trying to open the corner up a little bit. And much like those slower momentum cars, not bind the front wheels up. And I think, as opposed to like a Miata where you don't want to bind the wheels up because it'll certainly slow the car down. If you bind the wheel up in a Corvette, when you decide to get into the throttle, it's going to cause the rear end to come around a little more easily as well. So big changes there. Alan Phillips doing his best to hold off James Wilson. And Wilson on that last lap falls back a little further. Wilson, our sole T1 car in the field, he is in the dark blue Porsche GT4 RS Club Sport, the Porsche Cayman.
Right.
And
nice looking car.
It's a beautiful car. Yeah. We'll track that in just a little bit. This is Alan Phillips in his Touring 2 Mustang coming through, and there is the Porsche. Here a lap ago, we had John Gatzmeyer in the red Chevy Corvette had been closing things down on the Porsche. We'll see if that happens, but now it's getting awfully complicated right behind that little red Corvette. Jared Licklider in the American Sedan Mustang. He's got the Porsche 911 there right behind him, and then Matthew Rook in his STU BMW, the dark blue BMW. Wow, Brian, that Porsche 911 getting awfully loose, turning in for the light bulb as Gary Mason went to the throttle, tried to power his way past Jared Licklider going into the light bulb. Rear end stepped out on him. He had to wait till they got out onto the front straight, and now Gary Mason moves up in the 7th position overall.
Yeah. Gary Mason didn't race here yesterday. I think he may have raced across the way on the other racetrack yesterday.
Yeah, with PCNA.
I think he raced over there and then coming back here racing today. So looks like we got one car here that may be a little bit slowing down. I think it's going to be, we'll see where that is. It is one of the silver cars, and I think that could be, that's the Audi A4. So that...
Yeah, we'll get word here on who that might be. We heard that they're covering one of the racers with a white flag. That white flag being for either emergency services vehicles or slow-moving race cars.
Yeah.
And now it appears as though they have withdrawn that flag. We want to hear who that. Yeah,
so it was 42.
Yeah,
so that's Joseph Hall.
Yeah, Joseph Hall in the 300ZX. Sounds like the car shut down.
Yeah.
He did get it refired. I'm wondering if that's what happened in the light bulb for him a couple laps ago.
Yeah.
When he went wide through there.
Yeah. Kind of shut off and then kind of had to get out of the way and then, went back through there. Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think he's had problems with that kind of off and on all weekend long. We saw that yesterday a little bit. Not only during qualifying, but I think that during that first race. So good battle here. I've been kind of keeping an eye as we've been kind of bouncing back and forth and even right here. But really the James Wilson and the John Gatzmeyer battle. Again, not for class, but, for 5th and 6th overall. Gatzmeyer seems to close in a little bit in that Corvette on that Porsche. But then obviously when we get to the, get to the straightaway, that Porsche tends to pull away just a little bit more over Gatzmeyer. So when we get back into the certain parts of the racetrack there, that's where Gatzmeyer ends up closing the gap on James Wilson in that 29 machine. All
right, Spencer, I'd like to, if we can, move a little bit further back in the field. I'm trying to track down what we're looking for. Our Patrick Tarouge, he's in the Subaru BRZ Coupe. And then we've got Andrew Connor in his BMW 325. We're going to try and track him down here in just a moment. I believe that this is actually just it's a couple corners ahead of what we're looking at right now. So maybe we move over towards turn 5 if we can.
Well, that's the Corvettes. They would be past that. So Andrew Connor in the bright red BMW, and then Patrick Tarouge, you said, in that blue
There they are right there
with Robert Hayshak right behind them.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so now, and it appears Patrick DeRouge has gotten around Robert Hayshak's SPO machine to put a little bit of ground between he and Andrew Connor. All the while, the Subaru BRZ, or probably the Subaru Impreza of Pacelli, has started to scoot away, and we saw that happen yesterday as well, as they are going to be coming up on the Audi wagon, perhaps just at the wrong time.
Yeah, my timing scoring isn't working. It doesn't tell me anything because Robert Hayshak is behind them, and they are listed behind him. So that's why it's kind of weird to look at that. So something isn't, and I don't have where it says laps to go or time to go.
Yeah, the live.
So,
okay. So the live.
Looking at this.
So our live timing. Once again, it's happened many times this weekend. The feed that we're getting from the South Jersey region, and in a matter of fact, our lap counter here has been stuck at 16 for a couple of laps now. So we'll try to make sense of this with the cars on course. But again, that nice little battle there with DeRouge and Andrew Connor as they both get by Bob Hayshak, who was in that lead group, now falling a little bit further back in SPO. I believe that Hayshak is currently your leader in that class.
Looks like Gary Mason in that 64 machine having a little bit of a problem there, right down there in turn number 5. Kind of went 4 off, was able to continue, but again, this is a product of probably getting out there, getting that right or that left rear tire out there in that gravel, or in that dirt, I should say, not gravel. In that dirt, and just really not anywhere to really go, and you got to continue to keep going all the way through there. So it does now look like our timing and scoring is back. Looks like we have 14 laps left to go right now. Again, let's recap where we are at the top. Jeffrey Pascal in that Chevrolet Corvette, in that number 63, leading not only overall but in T2. David Sanders worked his way back into second in T2. There goes, I believe that may be Sanders right there, coming up across the Audi A4 there of Michael McLaughlin. But David Sanders sitting in second overall and in T2. Joseph Latanzi third in T2 in the 99, third overall. Alan Phillips fourth in T2, fourth overall. Then your T1 leader right now, 29, James Wilson in that Porsche GT4 RS, and then Gatzmeyer sitting in fifth in T2, sitting sixth overall.
All right, as we now have 13 laps remaining here in this 22-lap or 40-minute race. I got it right this time, right?
Yes, you did.
22 laps, 40 minutes. It's like the very first time. I was going to say, you handle the math, I'll handle the English.
There we go.
And
that'll work.
And we'll let Spencer handle the buttons, because I can't do that either, apparently. So, but great fight there at the front of the field. Jeffrey Pascal now with David Sanders right on the back bumper. Perfect timing, Spencer. Told you he was good with the buttons.
Yep.
As they come through that big sweeper, turn 6, under the bridge, tells them to turn left. They better do that here as they come under, braking in the 7. And wow, Sanders so much later on the brakes. I don't think he expected
Pascal to be that soon on the brakes. Yeah,
exactly.
I figured he'd get a little deeper, and he did not. So.
All right, so now here's where we'll watch that big difference in lines as Pascal hugs the corner going in, and then Sanders opens up the entry and makes a nice, I was going to say like one hand motion through that entire light bulb there, but a lot of correction dialed in as well, but a good run through there. Let's stay on this for just a few moments if we can, Spencer. Here as they rock over the hill at turn 1. These cars getting so light on exit. Wow, you see how the nose practically lifts up in the air. And now the quick switchback over turns 3 and 4 as they just lean so hard on those rear tires, try to dig them in. Lots of correction going into turn 5 as the car gets light again, and they're going to be coming up onto the back of the Hayshak Factory 5 Racing Cobra here. And let's see how they deal with Hayshak as they come under, braking in the 7. You see Pascal makes the late move. Sanders, I think, very, very cautious there as Pascal runs wide, but Sanders very cautious. Wanted to make sure that Bob Hayshak saw him come underneath him going into 5, or probably going into 7, and didn't outbrake here. So let's jump back to for the out-of-body experience.
Right.
Here we go, as they're going to crest over the hill.
Yeah, it really pushing the car there. And, you were talking about in the light bulb with Sanders. It looks like he really tries to diamond the corner to get up to the top and then come back down in the center of the but the car just doesn't let him do it. It seems a little bit tight going in to the corner, and he's trying to diamond it back up, and the car just doesn't handle that because that's where Pascal pulls away just a little bit.
Yeah.
In the center of the corner.
And oddly, yesterday, that move was working very well for David Sanders. Not move, but that line through that corner. As Pascal has an issue at the crest of turn 5, Sanders coming down with speed, and he's going to try to slot the car under the 63. The 63 has position going into turn 7, but Pascal gets loose on the oil dry, and there might have been some contact there. Sanders tries to move to the outside, comes seemingly almost to a complete stop. Both of them did. I know Pascal, as soon as he hit that oil dry in the middle of the corner, the rear end just started to walk around on him. And now you can see there might have been a little bit more of a rub there as they come up onto the back of the Ford Fiesta of Brandon Lewis. Lewis wisely staying all the way to driver's left. And Pascal lives on to lead another lap. Or holds on to lead another lap.
Yeah. Well, so it looks like we're getting Matthew Rook in that BMW. May have gone off and ripped the front nose of that car up with that air dam down at the bottom. So that was sitting out there kind of in 2, so kind of up over the hill.
And again, Brian, Pascal over driving turn 5, runs wide, has to check up, and this time it is not a question of whether David Sanders will be able to get by the 63 machine. David Sanders is your new leader. And so, Brian, the question is, what corner did we hear? What corner the BMW
was kind of right around in turn 2. So the call came in from there. So yeah, we're getting that call in again. So.
And I think that's the BMW now. We'll see just ahead of David Sanders. Let's jump back. Let's jump to the front straight here. And, I think that car might be missing.
That's the Porsche, I believe.
The red BMW to his left, however. That's the one, and he is missing the splitter there. And that definitely affected his ability to go up into turn 1 as the rear end, or the front end started to wash out on him. I was going to say, Brian, as opposed to these older BMWs like this E46 that Matthew Rook is driving, the new BMW like M4 GT4s, if the front bumper were to come off the car, the nose were to come off the car, that's actually a good thing. It looks better that way.
Right. Well, that's Connor right there. That's the Connor in the red. That's not the one. It's the blue 16.
It's the blue.
Who's dropped all the way back down into 10th. So it's the blue BMW that they've lost the
all right, because it looks
there.
Like the red one also missing the splitter.
Yeah, so we're getting the call now, what we talked about and what we saw earlier on, and coming down into turn number 7, a lap before, where, David Sanders and Jeffrey Pascal were kind of fighting for that, that position at that point in time. Pascal getting a little bit loose, kind of washing out a little bit, which had to mean David Sanders had to get on the brake right there. So.
And now as Sanders is making his way through traffic, he's got over 4 seconds on Pascal. He's the third car in line here between the two, between
the Mustang
of Licklider, the other BMW, the good-looking one, and we've got a driver that's gone into the dirt over at 5. It wasn't Jeffrey Pascal this time. And we've got more calls coming, and there was indeed, Brian, we thought that there might have been that metal-to-metal contact going through the light bulb and corner workers are actually talking about it here. So now look at this as they get bottled up behind all the American sedan cars. Now I think sitting behind the Wrights burgundy Ford Mustang American sedan car, and now about 5 cars scoot by as they come out of the light bulb. Brian, as we've got 7 laps remaining, so we make a first call to the grid for our Nexer. Thank you for pointing out the right button to me. I appreciate that.
Spencer couldn't reach it.
Attention in the paddock, bracket racer. Please head to the grid. Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series, race group number 7. This is your first call to the grid. Oh, everybody's a comedian here.
Well, we try.
All right, now, and they're getting loose again at turn 5 is Jeffrey Pascal. He closed up on David Sanders, but was in practically a 4-wheel drift, Brian, coming down out of turn number 5. We saw one of the Miatas do that yesterday, and he ended up at the airport. Taking a flight to Atlantic City. Yeah. Jeffrey Pascal might be going to see Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City the way he's driving through turn 5. That's the 3rd time he got it somewhat wrong. As he now, Brian, you notice how Jeffrey Pascal has now changed his approach to the light bulb, as he is obviously got a lot of rear grip issues. He now is starting to open up that light bulb to the point where he almost drives completely around the outside, doesn't turn in at all, and is trying to square off almost every corner.
Yep. Trying to gain every advantage he can, and it's end up making more mistakes as you go. But look, he's still right there, so you know that Jeffrey Pascal's got some power in that Corvette and really, really trying to stick it. I just think the car just gets so loose right there on top of the hill that when they crest the top of the hill, that car just has zero control, because you can see right here, this is where he drops back and then really has to fight back a little bit further. Just behind that, Greg, is the battle for the USTCC in the ST class. That is Andrew Connor and Anthony Pacelli. And I believe that Connor has now gotten around Pacelli, and I think a lot of that had to do, we'll wait for it to update, but I have a feeling that was due to both of the Corvettes in there.
I think that's actually Andrew Connor and Patrick Tarouge in the, that's the Subaru BRZ. That's the coupe. That isn't the four-door sedan of Pacelli. Pacelli's, I think, 2 more cars up the road.
He's up ahead. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Looked like Anthony's car coming down through there, so that's why it's like, oh, well, we've got another battle there. Connor was able to catch him because they were all bunched up into that right there with the Corvettes.
When they came, with the Corvettes and with the Burgundy the Fox Body Mustang American sedan car.
And Connor putting some tires off there in turn number 1 because he was that first red car in there. He's continued, but he was that first car putting some tires off there.
All right, in American sedan. Should mention here as we watch Jared Licklider in the 170 car, the Susquehanna region driver. He continues to dominate American sedan here this weekend, as he has almost a full minute on Steve Tumolo Jr. In the yellow and red number 30 Mustang, a 2000 Mustang, I believe. And then Jonathan Wrights and Daniel Licklider. Wrights in the Burgundy Fox Body car. And then Daniel Licklider in the 06 machine. Bob Hayshak with the lead in SPO, and Joseph Hall in that the Nissan 300ZX. He did bring the car onto the pit lane after having the car cut out on him. So his race is now done. Hayshak essentially has the win in SPO. Did not have James Benson bring his GT1 car out for the race today. James Wilson in that GT4 RS Club Sport, and gosh, that is such a pretty car. I think both Brian and I, for reasons we can't talk about, have grown an additional affection for those Club Sport cars. That machine currently running 5th overall. It does the T1 car. Pacelli leading USTCC in the Super Touring over Andrew Connor, and then and so that battle between Patrick Tarouge and Andrew Connor, not for position in class. There is Anthony Pacelli in his Impreza, but Connor in that class in the red BMW just a little bit further behind. Patrick Tarouge in the Subaru BRZ, he has, oh my gosh, over 30 seconds on Daniel Swark in the Nissan, and there it is. No, that's the 911. I was going to say Daniel Swark in his Nissan 370Z, and I saw them doing a lot of work on both Daniel Swark's Nissan yesterday in the paddock and Martin Swark's Civic that had a lot of problems during yesterday's race. There were about 20 people around that car last night in the paddock. Brian, unfortunately, did not make it out for today's race.
Yeah, I was going to say there was a bunch of people over there working on that thing. Had pretty much the front splitter off, the front nose of the car off, trying to, do everything they could, but just not able to get that thing back out here.
All right, and we just saw there coming through the American sedan car of Tumalo Jr., currently running second, and that is the Porsche 911 of Gary Mason, currently running sixth in Touring 2. Goes and puts that car, I believe, a lap down.
Yep. Getting ready to come up on that Audi A4 of Michael McLaughlin. Kind of going through there.
Benton in the paddock, second call to the grid for Race Group 7 Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. Bracket racers, please head to the grid. Race Group 7 to the grid, please.
So the next time David Sanders crosses the start-finish line, he should be seeing the one to go here. There is the 63. That is Jeffrey Pasquale, so a little bit further back. So there he is. There he is. And you know what, Greg? All of these Corvettes seem to really have a problem when they cross that top because, Sanders did the same thing, too. The cars seem to really get upset.
Well, I think a lot of it is, Brian, is much like turn one. They're getting some airtime.
Yeah.
They are the rear end is getting incredibly light, and when the car comes back down, because it's downhill, as opposed to the entrance of turn one, which still it's a slight downhill, but turn 5 on exit is very much a downhill run. All the weight's transferring to the front of the car as the rear was already light from cresting. I mean, you can see their turn 5 when you go over it. Its peak is much higher than over at turn 1. And those cars they've got all the weight on the nose as the one to go board in the air, and to celebrate one lap remaining, David Sanders goes for Mr. Toad's wild ride coming out of 1 through the grass as he turns in, gets the car settled for turns 3 and 4, and just like we saw Jeffrey Pascal's rear end start to go away from him a couple laps ago, David Sanders, who just reset the fastest lap of the race
on lap 21.
Yeah, goes and runs wide. By the way, Sanders down into a 1:11.3, still quite a bit off of where he qualified yesterday. About probably where he ran yesterday. He ran a 1:10.9 to reset the T2 track record yesterday. But our leaders now making their way into the light bulb for the last time. They've got the American sedan Ford Mustang at Jonathan Wright's just ahead. And the question is, will Wright's have to take another lap? And as they come to the line, yes, Jeffrey Wright's, he will need to take one more lap. But taking the win in Touring 2 and overall, David Sanders, the Malvern Missile, as you call Brian, finishing second, Jeffrey Pascal. And all followers will take the checkered flag. That's Anthony Pacelli crossing the line. Pacelli will take the win in the United States Touring Car Super Touring. And across the line, that is the Porsche 911 finishing 6th in Touring 2, Gary Mason. Taking the win in American Sedan is going to be Jared Licklider. We just had Patrick Tarouche pass the flag. He takes the win in the United States Touring Car. And in SPO, Bob Hayshak, as we said a little while ago, he will take the win. James Wilson will take the win in Touring 1 as our sole racer in his GT4 RS Club Sport. Matthew Rook completes only 12 laps in STU in his BMW 325. He brought that car, I think, down the pit lane after injuring the front end. And so let's go break it down by class. In USTCC Super Touring, Anthony Pacelli, Andrew Connor. In USTCC Touring Car, Patrick Derouge, Daniel Swark, Brandon Lewis. In American Sedan, Jared Licklider, Steve Tumolo Jr., Jonathan Wrights, and Daniel Licklider. As we're waiting for David Sanders. Wave to us, David.
Yeah, I think he already did once.
Oh, okay.
Maybe he'll wave when he picks up his checker flag. He may wave again.
There you go. And that wraps up our Big Bore race. Brian, let's make a final call to the grid for our last race group of the day. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group 7, Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. Please head to the grid. Race group number 7. Bracket racers, please head to the grid. And with that, Brian, we are going to take our last break of the day here from New Jersey Motorsports Park, where you're watching the 2025 Lightning Challenge presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA and Ciocca Corvette. Stay with us.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a 6-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at SCCA.com.
Welcome back, everybody, to New Jersey Motorsports Park and the Lightning Circuit, the 2025 Lightning Challenge presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA, as well as Ciocca Corvette of Atlantic City, New Jersey, with the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship, as well as the United States Touring Car Championship. And Brian, our last race of the day, do we have that interview with Steve Martin that we can play back? As it appears that we have one singular car heading out for our very last race of the day. This is an 11-lap race, or is it 11 laps or 25 minutes? I forget what the time is. 20
minutes.
20 minutes. All right. Well, hopefully Steve doesn't come to a complete stop on track after lap 2 so we can all go home. But it appears as though the majority of our bracket racers have head for higher ground or lower ground. I don't know. They've left the facility. And so
they're not on track. That is for sure.
That is correct. So Steve Martin is our sole remaining bracket racer here today in his V8 Ford Mustang. And the lights are out on the pace car, Brian. And, again, Steve is here. He paid his money.
Oh, absolutely.
There are three bracket races during the weekend.
Sure.
And he posted.
I
he's going to get points.
I think you leave the pace car out there and just run.
Yeah, maybe.
Bracket, right?
Yeah. See what our pace car driver can do. All right, so I was going to pin to the chat where you can find the timing and scoring for the bracket racing. But Brian, why don't we'll make it easier for everybody. We know what the brackets are here. We'll take a look. We'll let you know what bracket Steve is in. Steve with a good start. Steve decides to take the outside lane going into turn 1. Defends against the inside and motors his way up over the hill. And so this is where we had our Formula V race earlier today, and we took it somewhat easy on the Formula V racer, primarily because he had a ton of circle track history, and it was actually pretty neat talking about that. Steve Martin, he's got no history. No. His history is driving a Ford Focus. No, that's not true. It's great to see Steve out here, and now we're just going to critique his line for the next 11 laps.
And he would come back and say, yeah. I mean, again, this is another, eventually we're going to come back here. Steve's going to come back here, and he's going to race, and he's going to learn from this. And this is going to be a product where, again, the cameras are going to be focused on him, not only on entries of corners, but exits of corners. And so, what really could end up happening is Steve could use this as a huge learning experience where he could take this back and say, you know what, not only do I have my in-car, but let me see what it looks outside of the car as well. And then, hey, you know what, I didn't know the car, the car felt like this. Well, this is the reason why. Right? So this is a huge learning experience, and a session. So we've done really well with being able to follow single cars around this racetrack today. So,
give Spencer
that's
practice
another.
Too.
That's another production thing we could add to the resume there, Greg. We can help you not only with your in-car GoPros, but we can help you where we set up cameras and you can tell what the car is doing.
GB Productions and Coaching Services.
That's it.
That is how you reach us. Oh my! All right, so Steve is looking to best his fastest time this weekend so far, Brian. A 116 flat, 116.060. He did that in the qualifying session yesterday morning, which was where the track was probably coolest. It was somewhat overcast, although very, very windy, but it was sitting right around 60 degrees. It's quite a bit warmer. Ambient air temperature about 68 degrees. Spencer, we got the tool, we've got the technology. Why don't we throw that weather up on the screen if we can? There it is. 67 degrees. And, Brian, it feels like it's 67 degrees.
Yeah.
I don't need the screen to tell you that. I stepped outside, and it felt exactly like
nice.
It was 67 degrees.
Yeah.
Exactly. And the wind is quite a bit lower than it was yesterday.
You didn't lick your finger and stick it up in the air to be able to determine not only the temperature, but which way the wind was going.
Which way? It was going in a circular pattern around my finger. And... But the point being is it is quite a bit warmer here than it was yesterday. So warm, in fact, that our cameras over at turns 3 and 4 are now starting to lean on its side. They're getting ready to go to bed.
Yeah.
And as we are currently working lap number 3 of 11. And Brian, since we have some time here, and I'm fully confident that Steve Martin is not going to have any issues going into turn 7, why don't we take a look at what we've got coming up on the broadcast schedule here in the next couple of weeks, if we can, Spencer? Spencer's like, I have to. Spencer? Let me wake Spencer up. What we're going to do, we're going to take a look at our upcoming schedule of events here. In just a couple of weeks, I guess 2 weeks from now, we're going to be up at Summit Point Raceway for the next round of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. And then in 3 weeks, right back here to New Jersey Motorsports Park, going to be heading across the way to the Thunderbolt Circuit for the next round of the Northeast Conference U.S. Majors Tour. And then, of course, you can see the rest of the schedule there. Should note that August 9th and 10th date at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, that's to be determined. Hopefully we'll be able to make it out there as the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series travels west to Mid-Ohio. That is also, I believe, the H Production National Championship. It is a bonus majors race at Mid-Ohio, so we'll have Formula F. And I believe there's going to be a big Formula F contingent there for that event. Also Formula V and Formula 600. And I think there's also a special Formula Continental race at that event. Should be a fun-filled weekend. Hopefully some folks with the Ohio Valley region and the Washington, D.C. region can find their way to get us out there. If not, our next broadcast will be over Labor Day. And but that's what we've got going on for the rest of the summer. And Brian, look at that. In just a span of a lap.
I'm hoping he did a complete lap, and it didn't.
That's exactly what he did. That we covered. He came through 7 when we started. He came into the light bulb when we ended. And Steve Martin now completes 4 laps. We're working. Now we're working at lap number 5 of 11, so just about halfway.
It's like when you're watching TV and you go to turn the channel and it pauses the other channel. You hit the wrong button, and the next thing you know, you pick it up right where you came
left
in.
off.
Like,
Exactly.
Watch Steve's entire laps. You know, he was in the chat.
I'm just glad Spencer woke up.
He was in the chat earlier, talking about turn 3 when we had our spec racer board.
Steve was in the chat a lot. He was talking up Jordy Fuhrman and Jamison Huffman during the SSM race.
Well, he was talking about the spec racer Fords, and he was saying that turn 3 looked a little slippery, a little greasy, and it was kind of like, well, no, those cars really like that. Your 3,800-pound stock car, Ford Mustang doesn't like that.
His stock car.
His stock car. That's what I call him. And then he always tells me, there's nothing stock about this stock car. So.
And you can see her, much like David Sanders, taking a very wide set into the light bulb there, trying to, again, keep the wheel open as much as possible so that he can feed in more throttle without the rear end stepping out on him. Now, as he completes lap number 6, starting lap number 7, and or probably that's completing lap number 5, starting lap number 6. And he's now down to a 117 flat, Brian, so about a second off of where he qualified yesterday.
Yep. He's really getting through there a little bit better than he was this morning. I was, kind of replaying back in my mind there when we were able to watch him when he came out late.
He doesn't appear to be throwing the car around as much.
Yeah, it seemed a little bit more stable through there. So I'm wondering, that maybe that is affecting the time a little bit. But he's got more car control coming through turns 2 and turn 3 there. Really kind of not really whipping the back end of the car out.
I think he's actually turning it in a little bit later, kind of squaring off the turning in very late for the first part of that, and that allows him to be already over to driver's left to start, or probably driver's right to set up for the left-hand portion of that complex.
Yeah. Question in the chat, or Brandon S. in the chat says at least he can look back at the footage and train with it. And that's exactly right. I mean, we looked at this, not only from Steve's perspective, but, with the cameras completely focused on him, he can use this as a training opportunity. We talked about it with our Formula V as well, out there. And we were covering that. Again, a clear product of being able to look, because eventually both of these drivers are going to come back to this racetrack either later this year or even next year, whatever it is they're running in. That changes the dynamic where, hey, I remember when you put in your notes, I remember having a problem here. Let's make a little bit of change when we go back, and that may help the car and you get even faster. And that's again, as we were talking about, we were joking about it, which we still are. I mean, it's a training tool, right? You get full coverage because you're the only car on the racetrack, so it's not a bad thing. In some cases, most drivers will go, look, I don't want to be the only car out there or run it. Hey, you know what? This is a perfect opportunity for seat time.
What anybody would do to have a track rental where they could go out and have the track all to themselves to do test and tune. If you wanted to come down the pit lane, have crew take tire pressures, maybe make some tire adjustments and go back out, so be it. I mean, this is a little bit shorter session as he now completes lap 7. So we've got only 4 laps remaining, but he could have come down the pit lane and
come down and make an adjustment. As long as he gets, as long as he runs, he's either got 2 things. He could run 11 laps or 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Right. So you have to look at it as that perspective. So.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, indeed. And, as he comes over the hill at turn 5, I think he'll be able to also work on, again, management of the equipment, see what it takes to get that heavy car to the end of the race. Now, the one thing I will say from critiquing him, Brian, every time I see him come into turn 7, see how much space he gives up on driver's right. He's about, I'd say about 3 to 4 feet off away from the curbing there going into the braking zone. If it were me, I would probably be over a little bit closer to the curbing there. It would allow him to open up that corner a little bit more and carry more speed on exit. So he'll come back, he'll watch this, and maybe he'll take our advice or my advice. Maybe he won't.
Yeah.
I'd like to thank the Washington. Actually, it's the South Jersey region that's paying for his coaching services right now.
Yeah. Right. South Jersey paying for his training opportunities.
Yes,
his test and tune with training.
Yes, that's right.
Right. Look, Steve's been a big proponent of taking this. Obviously the stream and everything else, taking it to the next level, and here it is. Steve gets to absorb all of that by himself. Right, where he's really being able to see, what his car does, and again, this is a great opportunity to understand that car.
That's right.
Even more. Look, he had problems with it yesterday where it shut off. He had problems, or didn't come out, on time this morning for a whole host of reasons, right? Could have been that the car just wouldn't start, couldn't get it ready to go.
Maybe he wouldn't start.
Maybe he was doing some other stuff to it. But, I think that at the end of the day, this really does show, a good opportunity for him to learn what he's got underneath him. So.
All right, as he comes across the line now, Brian, and going to complete lap number 9, working lap 10, 2 laps remaining for him. We told you we'd fill you in on what bracket Steve is in currently. His fast lap of the race, a 117 flat, actually a 117.037. That puts him in the A2 bracket, but just barely, Brian. If he does break out, goes faster than 117, he'll find himself in the A1 bracket. And gosh forbid he ends up in the A1 bracket, Brian, because, well...
He'll lose the B.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter. As he now works again his penultimate lap.
Well, he'll lose one bracket, but he'll win the other.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So.
That's what we meant to say. Again, he was able to get down as low as a 116 flat in qualifying, not able to match that in any of the 3 races that he's had this weekend. Matter of fact, I think this is the fastest he's run under race trim here this weekend. As Martin now comes onto the front straight to start. Lap number 11, the final lap here at Summit Point, at New Jersey Motorsports Park. I knew that I'd say that again.
Well, we still have a closing to do, so we still got time.
There's more time for
Spencer and I got the over-under, and Spencer and Spencer and I are tied right now, so it's a push.
Just one, I didn't call you Larry, didn't call you Kevin. I've been calling you Brian all weekend long, so at least the drinking game hasn't been in play.
Yeah, the fans out there have that special game that goes on. Again, coming out of turn number 5, turn number 6 down there, heading down underneath the bridge, turn 7 for the last time. Again, I think you're right, Greg. I think he could get a little bit wider there and really cut the corner a little bit tighter.
Yeah.
Help him. Yeah, they'll definitely, kind of help with the drive off that he needs. I think when he comes back,
he'd be able to open up the wheel a lot sooner. Yeah, absolutely. So. Especially that again. That is a 90-degree corner. I mean, that is. It will save him from putting wheels in the dirt, and he could open that corner as Steve Martin now comes over the crest of the hill at turn 10 onto the front straight, and checkered flag is in the air. Steve Martin, your B.
What happened there?
Oh no. Well,
I wondered if he locked it up or what. Did he?
Yeah. I think that might have been just a brake lockup.
I sure hope so.
And that was in qualifying also one of the issues that he was having was a big brake lockup going down into turn 1. He might have just been trying to carry speed. He said he was braking at about the 500-foot mark. He might have just tried to carry more speed past start finish. He finishes up his last lap at a 1:18.10. But again, that is going to wrap things up for our final race of the day, the bracket race. It's going to break. It's going to wrap things up for our entire race weekend here, Brian. And want to thank the great folks from the South Jersey region of the SCCA, our wonderful hosts this weekend that have been so kind, so generous, and provided so much support for us over the course of this weekend. It has been a pleasure working with them. Of course, we want to thank all the volunteers, but in particular, we want to thank J.D. King, race chairman here this weekend, our chief registrar, Terry Zane, Gail Dabate, who was our chief of timing and scoring this weekend, working through a lot of issues there up on the second floor. She did a great job this weekend. Our chief scrutineer, Mac Wahoziak, here, our chief instructor, Mike Lamena, grid chiefs Patrick McLaughlin and Diane Connor, Jake Stallman and Dennis Hand, chiefs of flagging and communications here, Mark Corey, pit chief, chief of sound Everett Zane, and of course the great folks from Inspira Health Network who provide all the medical services this weekend as well. Brian, any last thoughts as we wrap things up?
Yeah, again, I can't thank the staff enough here for letting us use our new production sound booth here that we have
the break room
here in the break room. We're gonna have to. I think we're gonna get a game of foosball in here in a minute.
Oh, I can't wait.
As soon as we're done with this, we get packed up so they can come in there. They can clock out. No, look, great racing all weekend long. I mean, the weekend started off pretty tough with all the rain we got. Kind of really Wednesday into Thursday here made getting in here a little bit difficult. From that, these drivers adapted, to that, getting in, get set up. Friday's practice day was actually really good, and then yesterday's, heat races and qualifying yesterday, really trying to get going here. So, pretty good weekend.
All right, so for Brian Donati, for Spencer Gaynor, I'm Greg Ginsburg. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you in 2 weeks from Summit Point Raceway on the Washington, D.C. Region SCCA channel. If you haven't done so already, remember, go ahead, click that subscribe button and click on the notification bell. If you haven't done so already, that way you can find out every single time that we go live. Have a great week, everybody, and we'll see you soon.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at SCCA.com.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.